Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. Spit Tupacian, theosophic politics. Ancestors, we honor them. Niggas uniting all of them. Yeah. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. Spit Tupacian, theosophic politics. Ancestors, we honor them. Niggas uniting all of them. Follow us through the hypogeum to the Coliseum. I'm talking Machiavellian tactics mixed with Panther pride. The ghost of a fiend walking right by my side. It's the Theosophia, the concrete spiritual warfare. Plotting on the liberation while the system just stare. Pac saw the maze, saw the traps in the code. Told us thug life was the acronym to help us explode. Out the poverty cycle, out the mental cage. Redefining the criminal onto revolutionary stage. He wasn't just rapping, he was building the front. Uniting the Crips and the Bloods on the hunt. For a peace treaty signed in the blood of the block. Turning the hood to a nation steady ticking the clock. From the hypogeum, that's the cell of the deep. Where the secrets of the struggle and the answer to sleep. To the Coliseum floor where they want us to bleed. But we switching the script, playing a different exceed. It's socialistic visions through a gold rim lens. Trying to feed the whole tribe, not just counting the ends. Class war in the lyrics, soul searching in the bars. NGA, I navigating by the Tupacian stars. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. Spit Tupacian, theosophic politics. Ancestors, we honor them. Niggas uniting all of them. Never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. Spit Tupacian, theosophic politics. Ancestors, we honor them. Niggas uniting all of them. Follow us through the hypogeum to the Coliseum. Yeah! It's the study of God through the eyes of the oppressed. Theosophy in the gutter, unity of death. Follow the light through the underground. We going from the pits to the stage. NGA.
Lanes, grinding work at 9 to 5 to ease the pain. Chill to turn umbrella when your bills rain. Go hard till you filthy. Get a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shit. Every murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, then you feel it. Being broke, leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. Bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Hey, it ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for the get you can. Feel this, what you gotta get. You gotta get dirty if you're trying to get rich. It's back to the mud, cause you gotta show love to all of the ones who will never see this. To all the little kids with no Christmas list. No TV, no bed, and no food on their dish. No follow around, now they malnourished. That hindering aid coming from the government. You gotta get filthy. Fuck a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shit. Every murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, do you feel it? Being broke, leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. I say I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tape party, don't invite your ass. Now your Billy got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filthy, 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 filthy rich, you feel me?
It's like, y'all ain't heard no music. Y'all couldn't hear that shit?
I ain't hear nothing.
You can hear it, Ruben?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I hardly hear him.
Oh, you can, brother. I can hear both of y'all loud and clear.
Y'all hear you?
I can hear him good too.
I'm gonna go out and come back in.
All right. Yo, what's up, man? It's your boy, Andrew Caccaret, Larry Underell Brown, Harube, Nehemiah 31st, repping Naga World Representative, Warmonger in the flesh. Y'all know who it is, the electromagnetic messiah. You know what I'm saying? We're here with some politics, you know what I'm saying? Hit y'all with some Tupacian politics, hood theology type shit. You know what I mean? I should be a rapper. I'm here with my homeboy, my brother from another mother, King Naga, man. Let him know who it is, cuz.
Man, this your boy King Naga, you heard me? You know what I'm saying? Represent Naga all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? The electromagnetic messenger in the building. We got a little something special for y'all, you know what I'm saying? Go get into the little politics thing because that's been a trending topic lately. You know what I'm saying? Been a lot of chess pieces moving on the board, so we trying to stay tuned in.
Yo, right on, right in. To my left right here, Ruger the Lion, aka Original Thought himself, man, bro. Introduce yourself, cuzzo.
Peace, Naga in the building. You already know what it is. Your God's favorite God. Naga War God. Ruger Rice, Original Thought. So, man, just tune in and come get this knowledge, man, at the end of the day. Man, I ain't got an intro for you today.
Oh God. So we gonna jump right into it. Like, so for real, what we talking about today is World War III. You know what I'm saying? We talking about World War III. It's the big trending topic, nukes, nuclear bombs, sonic missiles, you know what I'm saying? All type of high technology, drones. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the type of warfare, man. We in an era where we're in space age type warfare. You know what I'm saying? This ain't your granddaddy warfare running around with an M1. You know what I'm saying? M14 or something. You know what I'm saying? This is something totally different. They using projectile energy weapons. Energy weapons. Can y'all believe that? You know what I'm saying? They out here using energy weapons on people and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's a whole different type of ball game, man. It ain't what it used to be. It ain't, you know. So we gonna jump right on into it. You know what I'm saying? We got a little treat for y'all. Let me see. Let's see. That's the first one we gonna jump into. Okay, so where is my bad, brother? Okay, here we go.
I got a question.
What that is, huh?
We know it ain't even an if. We know war ain't what it used to be, right? So why you think the big push of the narrative of needing more people than ever before when we have all this drone and cybernetic technologies and whatnot?
Well, I mean, you know, if you're asking me, man, I mean, like, I'm gonna always go back down to the old plot and plan of the whole New World Order, wanting to chop the human population down to 500 million. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? Like that's always been their goal. I don't agree with that goal. You know what I'm saying? Do I believe in a? I mean, I'm gonna ask y'all this: Do all of y'all think a one world government is a bad thing? If so, I mean, I'd like to hear your opinions about that.
I believe that we already living under a one world government, and the individual government thing that we see today is just a ploy.
Right. Cloak and dagger kind of smoke screen type.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's way harder to control a global people as of one group than it is to break that group down and set up a structure, making it seem independent from other groups. At the end, I always rely back on where the money at, man.
Oh yeah, and it always go back to the money, and we might dive off at a little bit of that, a little bit of the economics of some of this war stuff that's going on. I've been following some of the financial people, number crunching egghead niggas. I've been following them. So because when it's war, best believe somebody getting paid. So you gotta keep an
Oh
eye
yeah,
out.
absolutely.
Told you next to every general nigga is an accountant.
Oh God. And that's what I'm saying. So like right now, like I don't even know if I'll be keeping up with it. So like Russia is big on the scene right now. Iran, China, all of the major players is in the game. They doing their thing. Like I said, I was telling somebody this the other day is that they just sunk one of Russia's like main submarines, like the one with all them Orkin missiles on it and all that crazy shit. They
Yeah,
just sunk that joint. So I mean, like Russia's down one, and I mean that was a state of the art submarine. Like that wasn't something like they probably want to lose. Like you don't want to lose nothing like that. You feel what I'm saying? And because they lost it, the thing was put together when Russia was in peacetime with everybody. So they was able to get parts and different components for it and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Because they was all in peace at that time. But right now they ain't in peace. With that joint sunk, how you gonna get all them different parts and pieces? Especially some of that
hey,
stuff got American parts in it. You feel what
hey
I'm saying?
bro, how much of war do you think is a bluff? Like motherfuckers stating that, oh, we got this and we got that, but really don't have any of the things that they saying they have.
Man, look, you jumping ahead, bro, because actually about to get right off into some of that what you talking about right now. Like right after this first video is like literally we finna jump right into that.
So, all right.
All of this is like fear mongering, like to keep you on your toes, to basically to get you to give consent and waive your rights off and stuff like that. So like we gonna see because China is the master of illusions. I don't know if y'all know that or not, but China's the master of illusions, and we gonna see it. Oh, I'm gonna start this joint. Hold up. So this first video is about every nuclear bomb and explosion in history, and I don't know if y'all know how many times we just dropped these earth cracking ass bombs all over.
Right.
But once you start seeing and understanding what's really going on, you're gonna understand why these people are afraid of certain people having these things and what the whole gist is. And then we're gonna get into like what nukes are and all of that shit. So let's check them out. Yo. 1953, United States Power Hill 5. You want to know what's wrong with the Earth? Let me pause. I'm gonna pause it real quick. So it's like
Bro,
you want to know
it,
what's wrong with the Earth and what's wrong with the atmosphere and the planet and why we got this irregular ass fucking weather and all this goofy ass shit. Look what
right.
you doing.
349, and it is 1963.
Huh?
God
And
damn.
then when you understand what's in that shit, you feel me? It's like everything that's going on now, you have to directly attribute that to that, right?
Yeah,
Or we have to say that what they showing us and claiming to be is bullshit.
right. Could be.
I
Could
mean, for you to do 349 test samples and everybody else know about these 349 test samples, that's overkill on convincing a motherfucker we got some shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, you realize like that's enough nukes to nuke every country on the planet.
Bro.
They could have nuked every country on the planet, and the motherfucker couldn't did nothing about it.
That sounds stupid.
Maybe Russia.
That
Maybe
seemed like enough nukes.
China probably could have did something about it.
I want to know how.
Yeah, that seemed like too many nukes, especially in one generalized location, bro. Like we should have a hole in the atmosphere at this point.
You know, that's Nevada. That's the desert. They doing that shit in the desert.
Yeah, but all that shit that explode up, explode out, and explode up.
It come back down though. It ain't
Yeah,
going.
but the heat off of that shit punching holes through shit, like the
Shit.
knocking off the motherfucking electromagnetic motherfucking wave, the dome, like you feel me?
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, bro. I'm gonna keep going because we only at 1963. We ain't in the 2000s yet. I pause it right here because I was born. This is when I was born. You understand what I'm saying? Like I put this is when I was born, 1980. By the time I was born, my country, the country I live in, already had detonated 937 motherfucking nukes. Right here in the United States.
Dog.
Bruh. You want to know who fucked the planet up? Look, China ain't exempt. They riding on that. Look, India with that little joint, nigga, like.
What up, fam? It's good.
God, what up? All right. Environment up there. See that rubber? So, I mean, questions. Questions. We got questions, man. Like, what do you think about that, Swabs? What up, God? Like, what do you? What's your take on that?
I feel like everybody.
Rue?
I don't even know everybody.
Oh man, it's like China the only one to give us a run.
No, that was Russia actually. When I looked at it, when I looked at it, that was Russia. But you see, they stopped at a certain point, and the United States kept going. Like that's crazy. They're like they stopped like somewhere in the 90s or something like that.
Yeah,
that's wild. That's wild, crazy, bro. All right, so.
But then what happens when North Korea hits 1,000?
That's absurd.
All right, let's now this one right here is no nukes aren't scary as you think. Nuclear engineer reacts to Johnny Harris. So I watched this a little bit of this earlier, and it was real interesting to me because you know here go a nuclear scientist actually breaking this shit down to us, and you know what I'm saying, so we can understand what they talking about or why. So you ain't just running around in fear, you know. buying aluminum hats and buying bomb shelters and shit. Hold on.
I got 1,000 acres, of course.
Sir, they're nowhere near 1,000. It's time for some more Johnny Harris. Specifically, nukes are way scarier than you think. I suppose it's relative. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tyler Folse. I'm a nuclear engineer with a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry. From engineering to operations to emergency response. I don't claim to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Let's see.
I'm in Washington, D.C. right now, and I want to visualize for you what it would look like if a nuclear weapon landed on the nation's capital. So, for our scenario, there is
Of course, he's right in the heart of the National Mall. I wonder if he's going to use Independence Day logic and say you're going to hit the Washington Monument or the Lincoln Memorial or something directly.
Nuclear weapon headed towards the city right now. A large nuclear weapon flying headed towards Washington, D.C.
Okay, so that one has multiple warheads. Those are known as MIRVs, multiple independently targeted reentry vehicles. So that is one missile carrying multiple warheads that can hit multiple targets.
The actual bomb is actually in here. This cone that's about 2 meters tall, 6 feet. It's falling back into the atmosphere. Here it comes.
Interesting, he's showing just one of them. Perhaps the other ones in this simulation are targeting other cities.
And then...
Yes, the Washington Monument. All right. I think in Independence Day, they at least hit the White House.
For a moment, right here is the hottest thing in our solar system, hotter than the sun.
No, not even a little bit. So that fireball right there is not going to be hotter than the sun. Maybe the surface, but no. If that indeed was hotter than the sun's core, nuclear weapons would be way more destructive than they actually are.
100 million degrees Celsius.
No. All right. So 100 million C is an upper estimate, and that's usually used in controlled fusion reactors, such as tokamaks. And nuclear fusion can momentarily create temperatures in the tens of millions Celsius, but it's not that large of an area. We're talking the area where the fusion happened, something on the order of a few kilograms, not whatever this is. The fireball is going to be hot, but by the time it's expanded this far out, we're talking several thousand degrees. If this was millions, you'd get third-degree burns over 500 miles away, which you don't.
As it expands out, everything around it turns into dust.
I'm gonna pause it right there because I want to point this out, right? Okay, so you heard what he just said. Now this is just one nuke, right? And he said if it was that millions of degrees and all that type of shit, you would get third-degree burns 500 miles away, right? So that's a shot to you dumbass flat earthers. I'm sorry, I just had to get that off. That's a shot at you dumbass flat earthers. If the sun was local and it was gobbling up hydrogen and doing what the fuck it's doing, we'll be getting seared. Well, all of us will be getting seared. Everybody will be getting seared. 500 miles is pretty close. But anyway, I'm gonna keep going. I just have to point it out.
Smaller than dust. Atoms are
Within the initial fireball and the center area, sure, but not within the size of this.
ripped apart. This fireball instantly...
Okay, he mentioned atoms are ripped apart. It does not tear atoms apart within the fireball. Atoms being ripped apart is nuclear fission, which is actually used as a trigger for the fusion stage of a thermonuclear weapon. But nuclei is going to remain attacked at ground zero. Only the highly enriched uranium or plutonium is going to fission in this case. Dirt, buildings, you're not fissioning buildings with this. Smaller than dust, okay, sure, right at ground zero, things will be vaporized, but you're not fissioning what it comes into contact with.
It vaporizes everything within a half-a-mile radius.
Okay, vaporization with half a mile depends on the size and the detonation height. If this is a big one on the order of say, a megaton or more at an altitude of several hundred meters. So this thing would have to detonate a lot higher up than the Washington Monument in order to have that kind of blast radius.
And here comes the blast wave, a wall of high-pressure air that is moving faster than the speed of sound. It creates wind
That's accurate.
behind it that is faster than anything ever observed in nature.
On Earth, sure.
Everything within 2.5 miles is leveled.
So no nuclear weapon can guarantee total destruction over exact concentric zones. I mean, so sorry if you have one of these and you want to make a warranty claim or something like that and say it only destroyed 90%, you're not going to get your money back.
And then there's the heat wave, which burns everything within 5 miles.
Okay, the thermal pulse. Yes.
Nearly everyone in this city is either dead or severely injured.
DC is not exactly a sprawling city, so with the megaton class, the right elevation, sure. But I have a problem with him saying everyone because, again, it's not guaranteed. I mean, the thermal pulse is going to be the third-degree burns setting on fire zone, which isn't necessarily deadly. I mean, the entire area, considering the destructive nature of this, it's going to be very hard to get medical attention afterwards. But I still have a problem with saying everyone and you're talking this far away. I mean, the actual fireball, sure, but that's not the same thing as the thermal pulse.
Everything that can be on fire is now on fire as this huge mushroom cloud rises into the air.
The thermal pulse is actually faster than that. You're not going to wait for the mushroom cloud to become visible. Thermal radiation wave is way faster than buoyancy of dust, which is what actually creates the mushroom cloud.
Dragging with it a storm of dust, dirt, and debris. But this isn't normal dust anymore. The bomb has done something to it, to its atoms, making them fall apart in slow motion, shooting out invisible, deadly.
You're not fissioning dust. No, that's not even remotely accurate.
Energy. This poison dust drifts all across this region. It clings to...
Okay, that little clip right there he used. So he used Nuke Map to model fallout from the wind.
Soil and plants and people hundreds of miles away.
So what causes fallout plumes is mainly going to depend on the weather as far as the direction, hence why he showed that map. But I think he's trying to be poetic and a bit stylized here, but no. Most radiation from fallout occurs within the first few days. Short-lived, such as iodine-131. There's a reason why at nuclear power plants, for a large early release, the unit used is often referred to as dose equivalent iodine, because that's going to be the most hazardous during that particular interval of time. Cesium-137 and strontium-90 are longer lived, and long-term fallout does exist, but poisonous dust, that's going to be an overstatement.
These poisoned atoms will keep firing off radiation for years, for decades, centuries, even thousands of years.
No. Okay. So iodine-131 is short-lived. Cesium-137 and strontium-90 have a half-life of 30 years. But the vast majority of radioactivity is going to be within the first 3 days. And thousands of years, no, it would have decayed away. He's showing a picture of the infamous Ferris wheel in Pripyat, and that's already experienced more than one half-life. For cesium-137 and strontium-90, the vast majority of it's decayed away.
This is a disaster that humans made, and that was just for one of these cones. A rocket fired from an American submarine can carry 8 of these cones at once.
Sure, so he's referring to something like a Trident II sub-launched ballistic missile. It can carry multiple. They're not necessarily all fully loaded.
Okay, so China's saying they got one, right? And they call it 61.
Yeah, it got 60 nuclear and 1 hydrogen.
It got 60 of them motherfuckers and 1 hydrogen bomb.
Which is gonna punch a hole through the earth.
Right. Right.
Now, the shit ain't making sense, bro.
Nah.
With a Some of them even have fakes in there trying to overwhelm missile defense systems, but not all missiles and not all countries have MIRV missiles with full MIRV capacity.
All of those hit one target, it would be a much worse situation.
Actually, no. If they're spread out and you strike 8 cities all at once, I would say that's way worse, because one city that's hit can get emergency response teams from its neighboring cities. You destroy an entire region of 8, then that is far worse.
A lot of global politics centers around this, making sure this does not happen. But everything...
This referring to the nuclear test that made that?
I just showed you is very possible. We
nuclear weapons going off, sure, but the way he explained it, no.
Have the capabilities to do this right now. And in fact, a lot of countries have their finger on the trigger, able to launch one of these at a moment's notice. And
it's possible to make decisions quickly, but to actually perform the operation of launching, that takes a little longer than that.
I've spent a very long time trying to understand why. Why have we done this? And why these nuclear weapons, which were famous during the Cold War, are back.
I don't know.
Bro, it's like he's trying to disprove everything dude's saying on a video, but he falling short of disproving it. Like, we know it take a couple more seconds than just pushing a button. You understand what I'm saying? Like, what is he talking about?
Hey, you know, he a little inverted, so, you know, you gotta overlook some of the shit he said.
Yeah, this is craziness, bro.
It's too much for me. All right, hold on.
They're back in a new way. They're once again becoming the center of global politics.
We are entering one of the most dangerous periods in nuclear history. We're on the cusp of this third age. That nuclear is back.
That's Sam from Search Party. He also made a video about nuclear weapons, but it's different than mine. It went live yesterday. In this video, I'm going to show you how these things work, what countries have them, and how they're used on the global stage.
Is that person a nuclear expert? I don't actually know.
Age. And then Sam's video will take you into this specific moment in time and what to look out for going forward. Help you understand why nuclear weapons are back on the world stage. We're headed into a world that is more and more informed by nuclear weapons and nuclear politics. So it's time we start paying attention. Let me show you.
All right. I'm not at all sure what he means by any of that, but let's just keep going, because I have a few problems with what he said about the third age versus the way things were at the peak of the Cold War, but let's just see.
Everyone's telling me that they don't like that my screen shakes. Listen, I can't help it. This thing's big. It's unruly.
It doesn't bother me.
Sorry.
Probably wouldn't have noticed it once you said it.
What is this thing? Well, it's a bomb, obviously. A very destructive bomb.
Right.
And it's one that messes with the very building blocks of everything. The atom.
Atoms are the tiny building blocks.
I mean, you can argue that anything made of atoms uses them, but all right, it uses fission, I think is what he's going with.
Which make up everything in the world.
So an atom, of course, is the smallest unit of matter.
Oh, I'm smarter every day.
Right? And it's made up of several subatomic particles, electrons, protons, neutrons.
I talked to Destin from the YouTube channel Smarter Every Day. He's a real scientist, engineer. He's making a bunch of videos on nuclear energy. And
I've seen some of those. If you'd like to see my take on it, I'll pin it in a comment down below.
Because I wanted to make sure I was grounded in my understanding of the physics of a nuclear bomb. Everything.
By the way, I'm not sure if you're watching, but if you or any other larger YouTuber wants to talk about nuclear for an upcoming video, please feel free to reach out.
Is atoms. Everything that you can touch, the air, everything is.
Hold on, cuz. Did he just try to clout chase?
Yeah, he did.
Wasn't that clout chasing?
Yeah, it was.
I mean, that kind of sounds like clout chasing a little bit, man. Like,
and he ain't rap super tight neither. Like he obviously don't know how to give credit to people that's in the same lane as him, that's putting out better shit than him. How he critique the professional and said the professional might not know what he talking about.
Right.
I ain't got a problem with that, but I got a problem with that coming from him.
Let's see what he
atoms, different kinds of atoms. And these atoms have a little secret hiding in them. Every single atom can be turned into energy, like actually matter.
So he's talking about the strong nuclear force that holds atoms together. Okay.
Like atoms and energy are the same thing. They're just in different states.
When I was no nigga. Hold on, nigga. They hold protons and neutrons together. It's the electromagnetic force that holds atoms together. Like, I don't know, but I mean, he's the scientist.
Yeah.
I don't know. I ain't no nuclear scientist. Ain't rocket
We're not
science.
gonna let you slide with that one, buddy.
We can't let you slide with that one. You fucked up with that one, bro.
Just growing up, Dad used to always say matter is frozen energy.
Like this could be turned into energy, and actually a lot of energy that could like fuel a car or like power my house or like fly me to the moon. And it doesn't take that much mass to create a lot of energy. Let me show you this really quick. This little piece of metal is probably a little more than a gram.
Okay.
Not very heavy. Not a lot of mass, right?
I'm not sure.
If we zoom way into this little clip, you're going to see a bunch of atoms. Now, there are some powerful forces working on this atom, keeping the nucleus really tightly glued together.
That's the strong nuclear force, okay.
Keeping the atoms separate from each other so they don't like blob into one another.
Okay, that's going to be the electromagnetic force.
And thank God for this, because otherwise nothing would be solid. You would sit in a chair and just sort of fall through.
Sure, this would be a complete different version of physics. I'm not even going to try to speculate.
There's a lot of forces happening down with the atoms, keeping everything stable, everything solid. We like these forces. They make it so that my little paperclip thingy doesn't explode and everything doesn't just sort of spontaneously come apart. Stable, good.
Those forces, those subatomic forces, are very, very strong.
Now you can break these forces holding atoms together. If you rock their world hard enough, they will kind of rearrange. They will break.
Okay, that was fusion. Good luck overcoming the Coulomb barrier on something like paperclip.
They'll quickly like reorganize to try to form some sort of stable atom. But in the process, a little bit of matter is left with nowhere to go. It can't bond to anything. And so it spontaneously turns into energy.
Okay, what he's referring to is a mass defect from nuclear reaction. So not the best example, because it takes way more energy if you're gonna fuse something like carbon or aluminum or whatever material he's trying to get at than you would ever gain out of said mass defect, because just saying those are not something that is an ideal candidate for fusion. You're gonna want to use isotopes of hydrogen, such as deuterium and tritium. And even that's hard on Earth.
Yeah, but he's just trying to explain to the layman's
change
people.
in MC squared, delta MC squared. What's left over, he just talked about fusion. That same phenomena also happens when you split atoms apart. It's a mass defect. The mass defect from fissioning a uranium is what powers a nuclear power plant. It's where the heat comes from.
Every single thing around you, everything, could be turned into energy, an enormous amount of energy. How much energy?
Okay, that is quite misleading. Most matter cannot be converted into energy efficiently. So uranium-235, plutonium-239, fissile material that can fission and get the energy. I also mentioned deuterium and tritium as fusion fuel. Converting everyday objects like a paperclip requires conditions beyond what is technologically or energetically feasible. So no, you are not doing this with anything. It's not worth it. It also might not even be possible based on our current technology.
I'm glad you asked, because this is the moment that I've been waiting for since I was a child, where in my real adult career, I'm going to be able to invoke the famous equation of our very own Albert Einstein.
E equals MC squared?
Yep, I'm doing this. I'm doing the chalkboard thing. For those of you who already know about E equals...
Something tells me this is going to be a bit off.
MC squared and exactly what it means, like skip 45 seconds ahead.
I'll go ahead and hear you out.
Because I'm about to explain it in a way that I've always wanted someone to explain it to me.
Okay, great.
And I'm going to do that for you.
I'll take this as coaching on my own ability to explain nuclear things. Maybe.
Yo.
I guess that was gonna happen.
Got to add some humor in there. I appreciate that. Very small too.
What does Einstein say about how much energy is contained in my little paperclippy thing? The E is energy.
I think I know where he's
the
going
M
with this.
is mass. How much mass are we turning into energy? And the C is the speed of light in meters per second. Speed.
Technically, you can put it in any unit you want. You just have to convert everything else. You can have the speed of light in fathoms per fortnight if you really wanted to. Just you'd have to convert the mass into something else. But you just have to get the dimensions right.
Any constant.
The mass of my paperclip is 1 gram because this is in kilograms.
Okay, yeah. If you're gonna use grams, then yeah, convert to kilograms and keeping your speed of light in meters per second is probably the best way to do it.
To be 0.001. I just need to times this by speed of light squared is about 299 million meters per second.
Call it 3 times 10 to the 8 just to be conservative. This is something that comes up. I mean, yeah, you can have all that precision, but are you really sure that that paperclip is exactly 1 gram?
We have to times it by itself. It comes out to be 89 quadrillion 875 trillion 570.
So this is going to be in joules.
Billion 873 million 681 thousand 760.
Did you get the beer check? Sounds like it.
Whoa. So my paperclip mass times this.
Einstein. Now, a joule is a pretty small unit, but yeah, rest energy is quite enormous.
Says we have to multiply that big number by the mass of this paperclip to find out how much energy is inside of it.
Okay, move your decimal point a few spaces.
And if you do that math with my 1 gram, you get 89 trillion joules. That's enough energy to power 100,000 homes for 2 weeks.
Okay, sure. I mean, it's a very simple equation to apply. Here's the problem, though. This is 100% mass energy conversion. So what he's describing isn't nuclear fission or nuclear fusion. We are doing full-on matter-antimatter annihilation. So I guess you have half a paperclip and then half an anti-paperclip, and you're completely annihilating everything with 100% efficiency. And even if we did have antimatter reactors, not all of it's going to annihilate. I mean, fission in U-235, for instance, in a nuclear power plant, only converts 0.1% of its mass into energy. So the usable energy, even if this was antimatter, so not a paperclip, if this was antimatter interacting with matter, is going to be far, far less. Because ultimately, we're not making any power plant, whether it uses coal, natural gas, uranium, plutonium, or antimatter with 100% efficiency. And in real nuclear weapons, you're only using a few kilograms of fissile material. All right, maybe it's if this was a paperclip in the warp core on the USS Enterprise, sure.
Or 1 home for 2,000 years. Just inside of this. Because of that. Okay, giant caveat for everyone watching, and those who study physics will be clamoring for this. You can't actually do that with like an iron paper.
See, if you would have let him talk, he was gonna tell him, nigga, you can't even do it with a paperclip. Like,
right? Yeah, that's what But even the shit with the energy conversion and like, bruh, this nigga is wild, man. The nigga that's critiquing the video is wild.
Right.
Paperclip. The amount of energy you would need to like turn this into energy would sort of be more than the energy you get out of it.
Absolutely. Iron is too stable. It's actually at the bottom end of a nuclear binding energy curve. So it's not going to release energy by fusion or fission, and it's not antimatter. So not annihilation, I should say.
Actually do this to release the energy from matter. You need different kinds of atoms, like big unstable ones, like the ones we see in uranium. My point here is not that this is ever...
Or really small ones like hydrogen.
Oh, God.
You're gonna like break and turn into energy, but that when you mess with atoms, the bonds within like atoms, and you release a little bit of matter into energy, you don't need very much to create a huge amount. That's what we're about to see in real life.
So fission is a big atom splitting. Fusion, little atoms coming together.
I had a fun time watching Destin show me how fission works in his studio with his very cute looking neutrons and mousetraps. He made a whole video about it that you can check out. Now, for most of the time, the only place that this sort of turning matter into energy was happening was not here on Earth, but in the center of stars.
And this is the kind of stuff that happens in...
There actually was an ancient nuclear reactor that was purely artificial. Just happened to be a natural seep, and it managed to have a self-sustaining fission reaction. Billions of years ago, but it's fascinating.
The core of the sun, for example.
But here we're
where
talking
immense
about
heat
fusion.
and pressure is smashing atoms together so hard that they fuse. They rearrange a little bit of matter that isn't fused turns into energy, and you get the literal sun. That's called fusion. But then, in the 1900s, the humans on Earth decided they wanted to start to do something like this themselves. As I talked about, nuclear politics is ramping up in a new way. Iran is the best example of where this is clearly happening, where there's just like a lot of secrecy and vague information as a negotiating tactic. And it's a
Buddy needs to stay off the coast. Like, he's paranoid as shit. He can't sleep the lick. Like,
really normal for that. Let's keep talking about nukes.
We want one.
It's the 1930s in Germany.
Nuclear power, yes. I'm not a fan of weapons, though.
And some scientists were tinkering with atoms, and they found a way to break some atoms apart and get in on this insanity of E equals MC squared.
Pretty crazy how safe nuclear power is. But nuclear weapons are scary, aren't they?
Yes. Nuclear power is extremely safe. Thank you.
Yeah.
When uranium-235 exists in nature, it's not real happy. It's kind of unstable. If a U-235 atom ever gets...
U-235 doesn't show up very often in nature, but yeah, I would actually say it's less happier than U-238 since it has a shorter half, a mere several million years as opposed to 5 billion years in the case of uranium-238.
Hit by a neutron, which I happen to have a neutron here.
Yeah.
If U-235 ever gets hit by a neutron, then it gets really unstable. And then it breaks apart. That right there breaks into two other atoms. I threw my neutron across the room. That's dangerous when you got U-235 around. I think of U-235.
It can actually break into three. Ternary fission is not unheard of. The third one, though, is usually going to be an alpha particle or a helium nucleus.
Like a mousetrap.
But the other two, there's no set pattern.
When you say alpha particle, you talking about like it's either like an electron or a proton, or you like it's a neutron, like it's. They also call them like free radicals, I believe.
It's all a probability function of what they actually happen to split into.
So if you think about it, you've got this atom chilling out, and it's got all these neutrons right there, ready to go. If it ever gets triggered, then it will fire and it will throw off these other neutrons, and they go off. And so if you have a clever arrangement of more U-235 atoms around that, then you can start what's called a chain reaction.
Yep, and that is the entire science of reactor engineering. That is to say, optimizing your fuel loading in your nuclear power plant so you have a nice, smooth, stable reaction that powers millions of homes for typically 18 to 24 months at a time before refueling, but there are some reactors that can last longer than that.
Those neutrons bombard other uranium atoms, causing them to split and split still others. The result, a chain reaction.
They were doing fission.
Okay, and in that case, if you can arrange them in a certain way to create a bomb, but you need way more uranium-235, over 90% enrichment, and you have to deliberately arrange the thing so it will go prompt critical. That is to say, said chain reaction cycles will happen in a teeny tiny fraction of a second compared to delayed critical in the case of a nuclear power plant, where it's slower and more controlled, all by design.
Breaking of big unstable atoms apart. And this wasn't as powerful as the fusion, the combining of atoms that's happening in the center of the sun. But
that's true, but it's way easier to achieve. To clarify, they said more uranium nuclei. The key thing is it releases more neutrons to keep the reaction going in the case of a chain reaction.
It was still unlike anything the world had ever seen.
Under Hitler, the country was becoming the dominant power in Central Europe.
Germany was kind of getting ready to take over the entire world, and so they thought, what if we weaponize this new nuclear breaking thing we invented? And Einstein, the E equals MC squared guy, was alive at this time and watching his equations be turned into weapons. And Einstein writes this letter.
Germany never successfully made a nuclear weapon.
To the American president, urging the U.S. to make the bomb before Germany does.
Okay.
And this is where we get into Oppenheimer, the Manhattan Project, brilliant physicists building atomic bombs in the desert, racing against time during World War II. The U.S., of course, wins this race for the nuclear weapon. They drop 2 of these fission bombs on Japan in 1945.
Yep, those were fission-only bombs. No fusion took place in these.
The war is over, and the world has changed forever. Nothing would ever be the same. It was the beginning of a new way of global conflict.
Y'all see them buildings? Hold on, let me go back.
Those were fission-only bombs. No fusion took place in these.
The war is over, and the world has changed forever. Nothing would...
Look. Not only is their buildings still standing, nigga, look.
Right.
Nigga, that shit's still standing too. Niggas, them power lines. It's like,
right.
It's still standing, bro.
And shit getting blown down from the force. You think it is what they saying it is, though?
I mean, it's something. I mean, we know they know how to make bombs. If the white man don't know how to do nothing, he know how to kill shit.
Yeah, but we talking about like 20-ton nuclear bombs. This ask the AI, right? Not setting it up as a bomb, but what happens in the atmosphere, right? In the immediate vicinity, medium vicinity, and far vicinity when that sets off into the atmosphere. But I'm pretty sure that is not what they telling us. Like, it gotta be something way different, bro. More catastrophic. Like going off of what they telling us, right? If we didn't have the ozone, right, or the electromagnetic field to whatever extent, right, and sun radiation, like unfiltered hit shit, you know what I mean, should it be destroyed, like, right? I would argue the fact that shit, like, I'm gonna keep saying that shit gonna punch a hole in something.
Yeah. In the earth.
Yeah, but ain't no holes in the earth where that shit at. There's a bunch of knocked over shit, you know what I mean, from wind impacts or whatever. You feel me? But it ain't no hole.
Right. Nah, but it's when they be doing that shit underwater and in the earth, though.
I don't know, man. I'm about to ask AI. See what AI say. I'm gonna ask one AI how to set the question up, and I'm gonna ask another AI the question.
This new shit's hard, nigga.
It ain't making sense to me.
Ever be the same. It was the beginning of a new way of global conflict. A few years later, the Soviets made one of their own, and thus begins a new race. Who can make the bigger bomb?
One clarification, Einstein didn't see his equations become bombs. He wasn't part of the Manhattan Project, and he only signed the letter that he showed about warning FDR that the chain reactions were actually possible. And again, I don't know where he got the whole information about the German nuclear weapons program. That one stalled. They just simply didn't have the resources. They also had some misconceptions, and there was a bit of sabotage by the Allies involved.
And this is where the US is like, let's not just do the thing where we break atoms apart. Let's do what the sun is doing. Fuse the atoms together.
Do what the sun is doing.
That's way more powerful. And they figure it out just a few years later.
So one thing about that is true, but it needs fission in order to make a fusion weapon. Fusion bombs can reach megaton yields, but they require a fission bomb within it to trigger it. So it's really more of a team effort between fission and fusion, as far as to how the fusion bombs or thermonuclear weapons or H-bombs is another name for it.
And the results are insane.
Those are capable of megatons of power. 1,000 times more powerful.
Neil deGrasse
Because
Tyson.
apparently leveling a city was not powerful enough.
Depends on the size of the city, I suppose. Anatomy.
Let me show you what today's nukes look like and how they work. This is a modern nuclear weapon, sometimes called a thermonuclear weapon, hydrogen bomb.
Okay.
This cone is about the same height as an American male. And the actual bomb is in here. We don't know exactly how big it is, but we know it's shaped like a peanut.
The two stages.
This cone needs to be mounted on something.
As far as fission materials, we're only talking on the order of kilograms.
To deliver it to the target. In this example, it's on a huge rocket. That flies to space, can carry this nuke like over 1,000 kilometers away. Eventually, the rocket part falls away, and the cone starts falling towards its target.
Falling cone.
And then, when it hits its pre-programmed altitude, it detonates. But watch what happens. This is crazy. It's actually 3.
I'm glad you mentioned pre-programmed altitude. They're designed to be airburst weapons to maximize their destructive potential.
Bombs. It starts with just a regular old explosive bomb, no nuclear stuff yet.
To trigger the fission.
This bomb inside of this very small peanut-shaped space triggers a fission bomb, the first type that we invented, the one that overcomes the forces keeping an atom stable and breaks them apart and turns a tiny bit of matter into a huge amount of energy. So there is a fission reaction happening.
By the way, at the speed of all this is happening, we're talking on the order of a few nanoseconds.
And that shoots out a huge amount of energy at the speed of light that bounces off all the...
Okay, it's not that fast. Energy is released quickly, but not at the speed of light. Neutron-induced fission, in fact, this part right here, not the whole part, happens on the femtosecond scale. That's 10 to the minus 15 seconds. And it does propagate via kinetic energy, fission fragments, secondary neutrons, and gamma rays. The gamma rays are the only thing in there that's going at light speed, because gamma rays are just high energy light. But the neutrons, no, you're not having light speed neutrons.
Shiny beryllium walls. And then it hits this, and this is the final one.
Shiny beryllium walls. So beryllium is used in neutron reflectors, so it's not for light, it's for neutrons to basically keep them contained so they can cause more and more reactions. It's basically designed as a tool to increase the efficiency of fission.
It's so hot in here, 100 million degrees Celsius, that we're basically in the core of a star.
Hotter, actually. And again, it's not 100 million degrees for long.
It's actually hotter than the core of our sun. Hot enough to do things that stars do. So now in this third bomb, the big one,
what's interesting is, and they need to be much hotter than the core of the sun, because the sun has all that gravitational pressure designed to provide the necessary pressure and confinement time to induce nuclear fusion. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess I should say, we don't have anything like that on Earth. So we just got to go hotter.
Hydrogen atoms are being smashed together into a new form. A little bit of matter is escaping into E equals mc squared, being multiplied by the speed of light squared. And what you get is total destruction.
It says total destruction, but not everything. You're still not getting 100% efficiency out of what is actually used in the weapon.
Yeah, I mean, we made that. We made that. That is possible. Those big ones have never been used in war.
No, that's true. Not directly. Only Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which were fission only, and no fusion bombs have actually been detonated in an active war. Sure.
And hopefully they never will. Okay, but how big are these? Let's put them on a city. My city, Washington, D.C. Terrible thought, but we got to do this exercise.
You gonna go back out to the mall?
If you were to drop a fission bomb, like the ones we dropped on Japan, that killed hundreds of thousands, it would look like this. Upgrade that to a fusion bomb, like the ones deployed.
I mean, those numbers are pretty close. I can tell he used the nuke map tool, which I find to be pretty accurate.
Today, and it would look like this.
Okay, 475 kilotons. And that's considered to be typical. It's by no means one of the bigger ones, but typical for what you see today.
Estimated 350,000 people dead in minutes. During the Cold War, we made these things huge. If you detonate the biggest fusion bomb ever tested, it would look like this.
Yeah, 50 megatons. Thankfully, only one of them was built. There was a 100 megaton untested one, but this was a very impractical weapon, very easy to intercept. It couldn't even fit in the bomb bay doors of the bomber that was designed, so it would be this big, juicy radar signature, so easy to intercept even back in the 1960s.
The city would be gone, and people 40 miles away in like Baltimore would have life-threatening burns from the heat wave.
Yeah, provided it actually made it to its target. Sure. I mean, DC and Baltimore are pretty close together.
300 square miles of buildings destroyed. I mean,
you can't guarantee destruction from things that far out. I mean, they're going to be varying levels of destroyed. The things at the center will be vaporized, and then varying levels of structural damage will decrease proportionally, or should I say quadratically, as you get further away from the ground zero.
I mean, this is a horrible possibility that we have invented, and we have a lot.
I wouldn't put Sarabama specifically as a legitimate possibility, but the other ones, yeah.
A lot of them.
Oh, and as far as a lot of them, no. In the case of Sarabama, it was just the one.
Let's look at a map. I like looking at maps. We can't go too long without looking at a map.
That's our fun.
Today, there are around 12,000 nuclear warheads somewhere
list
on Earth. That's 12,000. 12,000. That's enough firepower to level every sizable city on the planet several times over.
So the 12,000 number, that's fairly accurate, and provided they actually hit and were used. I don't know what his definition of sizable city, but yeah, 12,000 nukes, 12,000 cities, sure.
The world used to have way more, like more than triple that during the Cold War.
It was over 60,000.
War. Almost every one of these nuclear warheads today is in the hands of two countries, the US and Russia.
It's about 90%.
But in total, there are 9 countries that possess these destructive bombs. And one of these countries doesn't admit that they have nuclear weapons, but they do. And
50 is probably pushing it for North Korea, but that's probably at the high end.
America's nukes aren't just in America. They're scattered all over the world, in ally countries, on land, in air, deep in the ocean, lurking in submarines, in a configuration that the U.S.
So all over the world, there are some, and if you count tactical nukes, the smaller ones, some even less than a kiloton, or on the order of kilotons, I should say, not less than a kiloton. Some tactical nukes are in NATO countries that the U.S. is allied with, but the bulk of strategic nukes, the big ones that he was talking about, the 400, 500 kilotons, megatons, are in U.S. soil and it's not in foreign countries. It should be fairly obvious as to why.
Its nuclear posture. It's one of the most important parts of America's military strategy today, and we're about to see how it actually works in real life. Because these 12,000 nukes shape our entire world. Their threat is ever present, and so it turns the chessboard of geopolitics into a different thing than it was before.
Sure, I'm not going to argue that.
Nuclear weapons, of course, did revolutionize warfare, right? So Bernard Brodie in 1946 calls them the absolute weapon. He says that basically before the bomb was invented, the fundamental purpose of military establishments was to plan for, fight, and win wars, and now it would be to prevent them altogether.
So, what stops countries from nuking each other? Well, my camera's
mutual
shaking
shared
again.
destruction, deterrence.
See in the comments, folks. I don't have a way to stabilize
Also
this in a way
alliances.
that, like, really keeps it from like bouncing around. If you have suggestions on a better camera arm, I'll take it. So the central idea of all of this is pretty simple, pretty intuitive, kind of, but then it kind of messes with your brain in weird ways, and we'll see how that works. You've got these two big empires. They're rivals. They're competing with each other.
Germany and Poland have been taken over by two people. Okay.
Big countries do and have always done, and maybe someday they won't, but they do for now. If there's no nukes in this equation, history has taught us that these two big empires will fight each other over land, over influence, over resources, over honor, over who knows.
What about all the other non-existent countries that border them? If that's the case, you'd think they would expand the other direction and be the path of least resistance.
They will fight each other. That always has happened. Like, that is the central thread of humanity, is big, powerful entities will fight each other.
And we're getting into philosophy and social contract theory.
Recent centuries, it's gotten really destructive. Like, think of Europe and Asia in the 1940s. Countries are fighting because there's a chance that one of them can win. Okay, now, after 1945, put nukes on the board and watch what happens.
I just have a problem with that statement about countries will always fight unless deterred by nukes. It's reductive. Wars also depend on economics, diplomacy, alliances, and other non-nuclear deterrents. Could be cyber capabilities, for instance. Not every rival nation pair without nukes is going to fight each other. I don't think I have to say that.
This new weapon that could inflict damage of the kind that we just never before imagined in human history.
Now, if these two empires get into a war with each other, they both know that it will escalate. They will keep using more and more extreme force until eventually one side will use nukes, to which the other will respond with their own nukes. And then it's game over for everyone.
Provided they have enough, but okay.
Nobody wins, everybody loses, the world is on fire, the concept of victory becomes irrelevant because everyone's dead. This creates a calculus of fear, an understanding that you will inflict way more consequences on yourself if you go to war with your geopolitical rival. And this threat of total destruction is stronger than the urge to fight and dominate. After World War II, after we witnessed this destructive bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, something changed. We crossed a line of understanding that there really was something that could really sort of end it all.
It's about convincing the other side that attacking is just not worth it. Convincing both sides that the price is just too high. And unfortunately, that means deterrence.
Deterrence. That is the word. That is the key concept. Comes from this root of like avoidance of something because of terror, fear. Terror prevents you from acting.
Go down to its Latin roots.
Weirdly, strangely, paradoxically, kind of works. Though this is debated by scholars, and when I was in grad school for peace and conflict resolution, there was a lot of compelling evidence that deterrence doesn't work, but I'm not getting into the literature right now. It is widely accepted that one of the...
he's simplifying this because he's clearly studied stuff like this before. It just seems, I don't know, high level, but oversimplifying this is a little, I don't know, just is kind of a bad taste in my mouth. Maybe I'm the only one. Maybe you don't think so.
Major reasons great powers have not gone to war with each other directly in the last 70, 80 years is because of nuclear weapons. For those who want to dispute that claim, I am so stoked for your good faith argument and just...
Okay, I'll take a stab at it. I'm not a geopolitics expert. But I don't know, you got things like economic interdependence.
Your boy weird, man. Say the least. Like he just... Oh, no. Weird. I'll be watching the other dude shit too, though, on the video that's being critiqued and shit. He oversimplifies things, you know what I mean? Because he understands that he's trying to reach a wider audience and people don't understand the technical terms of things, you know what I mean? So
Oh, real tough.
This dude out here, trying to prove that he's smarter than the next guy.
I'm gonna go on to the next video, man.
Why that one stopped?
On September 3rd,
Huh?
That one had stopped?
Nah, it's still a little bit left, but I'm done hearing his critique.
Oh yeah. All right.
We're gonna go on to the next video. This one about China's fake ass weapons and shit.
Okay.
Chinese Communist Party held what is likely their last major military parade at Tiananmen Square in Beijing. The CCP aimed to showcase its newly developed weapons, hoping to impress the world. However, their structural weaknesses were hard to hide. Let's first take a look at the so-called equipment that appeared in the parade from a military perspective. The parade began with a well-ordered infantry formation, which was humorously referred to online as the most spectacular social security and minor unit in the world. Next came the Army, leading with the Type 99 main battle tank, followed by the debut of the Type 100 tank. The Chinese media praised the Type 100 tank, calling it equipped with 360-degree active protection, with 4 phased array radars, 13 multispectral sensors, and anti-tank missiles. It all sounds impressive, but to those familiar with military equipment, it's clear that if the CCP could equip their tanks with such advanced technology, their fighter jets would have long surpassed those of the US military. In reality, the Type 100 tank is more of a showpiece for the CCP's leaders, resembling a Lego model, with flashy features that won't even withstand a basic 105mm shell. Next came the Amphibious Assault Unit and Airborne Assault Unit, followed by the Long Range Artillery Unit, which featured the active PHL-191 box rocket launcher. Then China's infantry fighting vehicles took the spotlight, primarily the Type 04 and Type 08 infantry fighting vehicles. The Type 04 is a tracked vehicle comparable to Russia's BMP series and the US M2 Bradley. However, China's Type 04 is technically outdated, weighing 21.5 tons, with a 3-person crew and 7 passengers. It uses aluminum alloy armor and is armed with a 100mm gun. Next were the missiles, which the CCP has long touted as crucial for victory. The night before the parade, a video circulated showing 2 new missile trucks in the Beijing area. One truck was labeled Dongfeng 61 and the other Dongfeng 31 BJ. Both missiles made an appearance in the parade. These 2 missiles are both land-based and long-range ballistic missiles. The Dongfeng 21 is considered a medium-range missile, with a range of about 2,000 kilometers, while the Dongfeng 31 is a medium to long-range missile, with a range of about 10,000 kilometers. The Dongfeng 41, currently the longest-range missile the CCP has announced, uses a 3-stage solid rocket and weighs 60 tons. Its maximum range can reach 14,000 kilometers, and it flies at speeds over 20 Mach. It can be launched from missile silos or mobile launchers. In theory, the range of these missiles could cover the entire US from China, but the true range of the missiles announced by the CCP has always been questioned. What's even more concerning is not the target itself, but the potential for a wide area to be attacked beyond the intended target once the CCP's missiles are launched. During one of the few missile drills by the Chinese military, in 2024, a Dongfeng 41 missile veered off course by nearly 100 kilometers and landed in the waters near Fiji. As for the Dongfeng 61 missile seen in the parade, its exact performance is still unclear. However, based on its naming convention and size, it's likely to have a longer range than the Dongfeng 41, theoretically resulting in a larger margin of error. Many military enthusiasts have humorously remarked that the Chinese military could use the threat of missing its target as a weapon, as the unpredictability of these missiles could actually be more dangerous. Another missile showcased was the Dongfeng 31 BJ. The basic model of the 31 has been in development for many years, with a range of around 10,000 kilometers. The Dongfeng 31B version is said to have a range of 12,000 kilometers. According to a Taiwanese military blogger who analyzed the footage from Japanese TV, the J in its name represents well, indicating that this missile is launched from a silo, so it's not exactly new equipment. Additionally, the Dongfeng 5C missile made an appearance in this parade. The Dongfeng 5 is China's oldest long-range ballistic missile, powered by a liquid fuel engine. We saw that the Dongfeng 5 missile vehicle was made of 3 parts, with the warhead and missile body loaded separately. Firing liquid fuel missiles is a complicated process that requires fueling the missile before launch. Because the Dongfang 5 uses a liquid fuel rocket engine, its combat readiness is not very promising. While the Dongfang 5C looks massive, its technology is outdated and no longer effective. Lastly, a new weapon, the JL-1 ballistic missile, known as Thunder, appeared at the parade. This is actually an air-launched ballistic missile, similar to Russia's Kinzhal missile, with no major technological innovations. The missile is launched from an H-6 bomber, which was developed in the 1960s from Soviet bombers. While its basic performance is limited, it does have a restricted payload and range. The JL-1's estimated range is under 2,000 kilometers. With the appearance of the JL-1 ballistic missile combined with the Dongfeng series on land and the Zhulong series at sea, the CCP theoretically has achieved a Trinity strike capability. The Army, Navy, and Air Force now each have platforms to launch long-range nuclear weapons. Another noteworthy weapon system is China's Hongqi-29. The missile system made a prominent appearance in the parade, along with other air defense missiles in the Hongqi series, such as the Hongqi-9, Hongqi-16, Hongqi-11, and Hongqi-19. However, the most attention-grabbing was the Hongqi-29 mid-course interception missile. Visually, the Hongqi-29 is massive, even larger than a short-range ballistic missile, and is towed by a 12-wheeled large truck. The missile itself appears to be over 10 meters long, with 2 missiles loaded onto each truck. The Standard 3 or SM-3 missile for mid-course interception, as well as land-based mid-course interception systems. The Standard 3 missile costs around $20 million and has a range of 1,200 kilometers. However, the US Standard 3 is much smaller, measuring 6.5 meters in length and only 0.34 meters in diameter. It's launched from the Navy's vertical launch system. In contrast, the Hongqi-29 seen in the parade is extremely large and cannot be launched from the Navy's vertical launch systems. Its exact technical specifications are still unknown. But judging from its bulky appearance, it doesn't seem to be comparable to the US SM-3 missile. The reason the Hongqi-29 stands out is that mid-course interception systems are crucial in many countries' defense systems. Currently, most intercontinental missiles can carry multiple warheads. This means that a single missile can carry up to 10 warheads, which can disperse and target 10 different locations when re-entering the atmosphere. However, when flying outside the atmosphere, it's still just one missile body. The mid-course interception system aims to intercept ballistic missiles while they're still outside the atmosphere. If successful, intercepting just one missile could essentially destroy 10 nuclear warheads, making it highly cost-effective. Mid-course interceptions often occur at high altitudes, far from the homeland. For example, the US has deployed its mid-course interception system in Alaska, strategically positioned between Russia and the US, significantly increasing the interception success rate. If a mid-course missile interception fails, end-stage defense systems such as the US Patriot and THAAD systems can provide backup, forming a multi-layered defense system. Currently, the US is the only country in the world with a mid-course defense system. If the CCP successfully develops the Hongqi-29, it could surpass its predecessor, Russia, in terms of technological capability. Russia primarily relies on the S-400 air defense system, which has a range of only 400 kilometers. Not only does this make it difficult to intercept intercontinental missiles, but it also struggles to intercept cruise missiles. On the battlefield in Ukraine, Ukrainian forces have used US-supplied Army tactical missiles and the UK-supplied Storm Shadow cruise missiles, which are subsonic and can easily destroy Russia's 4S-100 air defense system. The CCP. During the parade, the Chinese Communist Party also showcased a laser weapon, the LY-1. This laser weapon is mounted on a very long vehicle, as laser weapons require a lot of energy. Inside the vehicle, there is likely a power generation unit and fuel for batteries to support the weapon. Its specific parameters are still classified, but it's said to be a shipborne laser weapon. However, the US has long entered the practical phase of laser weapon development and is at the forefront globally. At sea, the US Navy's Burke-class destroyers are already equipped with lasers, and on land, the US has installed laser weapons on Stryker armored vehicles. In comparison, China's secretive laser weapons, which are still behind, have become a subject of ridicule among military enthusiasts. Another area that attracted attention from foreign military experts was the drone unit in the parade. For example, one drone in the footage shows a typical flying wing structure design, which is actually the Attack 11 drone designed by Shenfei, a Chinese company. The Attack 11 drone has appeared in the news for several years, with the project starting back in 2009. However, only one Attack 11 drone was displayed in the parade, indicating that this drone has yet to enter mass production, and is still likely in the technical verification phase. It seems that Shenfei is facing several challenges in developing this flying wing drone, and they had to present only a prototype for the occasion. However, many drones in the parade looked very similar to American drones. One of the drones resembled the US Kratos XQ-58 Valkyrie drone almost exactly. It was noted that in what was claimed to be the largest military parade since the founding of the CCP, China displayed nearly global-range nuclear missiles, air defense lasers, hypersonic weapons, and maritime drones capable of covering its near seas, sending a strong message of threat. MarkSpace, a YouTube military space channel, stated that the most prominent feature of China's equipment is copying the US military. The US military's equipment is often improved after being tested in real combat, which is what the CCP refers to as overtaking on a bend. However, switching from Soviet-style to American-style equipment still reveals structural weaknesses. For example, the mid-course missile defense system is modeled after the US Standard 3 missile, but its actual performance is significantly different, even from its outward appearance. China's army and amphibious forces mainly focus on Taiwan, emphasizing long-range rockets and firepower demonstrations. Their unmanned combat vehicles follow the technology used in the Russia-Ukraine war, and feature light tanks modified into anti-drone equipment, fitting their needs for amphibious operations. However, heavy tanks have limited effectiveness in Taiwan's terrain. In terms of the Navy, while there have been noticeable improvements, there are still many signs of imitation. For example, the Yingji-18 missile resembles the Swedish Navy's missile, and the unmanned underwater vehicles, UUVs, are still in their early stages, with size and length that can't compare to the US Navy systems. The US Navy has already deployed the 80-ton Tiger Shark UUV, and has also produced the Ghost Shark UUV for Australia. The US has deployed its Ghost fleet in Yokosuka, Japan, and the Middle East, even testing the third generation of unmanned warships designed for missile attacks. In contrast, most of China's unmanned vessels are equipped with small rockets and guns, functioning more like kamikaze boats. In terms of the Air Force, there wasn't much new to see. The only notable pieces were the carrier-based AWACS KJ-600 and J-15T fighter jet. MarkSpace mentioned that these had already been shown before, and this parade was just their official debut. The KJ-600 is a complete copy of the American E-2 Hawkeye AWACS, but so far it has only completed land-based test flights and has yet to undergo carrier-based takeoff and landing tests, making its practicality questionable. Other than that, the much-anticipated H-20 bomber didn't appear. The rocket force remains the main power for China to counter the US military. China displayed the Dongfeng 5C intercontinental missile and several hypersonic missiles. However, MarkSpace pointed out that China's numerous missile models create maintenance challenges, saying, with so many types, it becomes a huge logistical burden. In contrast, the US military retains only a few models, making it easier to upgrade and extend their lifespan. He further stated, the massive missile display by China is largely for show, aimed at publicity. Few of them are actually ready for service. Missiles have a limited lifespan and require continuous maintenance and system upgrades, with huge costs. Experts also noted that a more serious issue for the Chinese military lies in its command structure and combat experience. The Chinese military's performance in real combat remains unknown. Since 1979, the Chinese military has not fought a full-scale war. The command system of the CCP's military faces even greater challenges. In the past 2 years, the military has undergone an anti-corruption campaign, with more than 10 senior generals being purged, many of whom were close allies of CCP General Secretary Xi Jinping. Of the 7 members of the military commission, 3 have either been removed or gone missing. There have been reports within the military that soldiers are feeling paranoid and insecure. U.S. think tank analyst Jonathan Sin commented, "The parade allows Xi to focus the world's attention on its massive strides in modernizing its military hardware, while overshadowing the stubborn challenges afflicting the PLA, most notably the continued purges rolling through the ranks of its most senior officers." Su Ziyun, director of the Taiwan Defense Strategy and Resources Research Institute, also noted that this year's parade was different from past years. For the first time, the event was moved from its traditional 10 a.m. start to 9 a.m. Despite the temperature in Beijing ranging from 22 to 30 degrees Celsius, this change might suggest concerns over the health of the leadership, as they could not endure being in the heat for so long. From CCTV's live broadcast, Xi Jinping appeared with a dark complexion, looking fatigued, and his speech lacked energy. Video surfaced online showing his head trembling, clearly indicating signs of illness. Even more notable was the change in the parade's commander. The position previously held by the commander of the Central Theater Command was instead taken by the Air Force commander of the Central Theater, Major General Hang Shengyan. This change suggests a major shakeup within the CCP's military leadership, reflecting internal political instability and infighting. Analyst Z pointed out that the CCP's high-level command structure has been shattered due to recent purges, and mid-level officers are worried about the fall of their patrons and uncertain futures. Additionally, lower-ranking officers lack high-quality training and proper logistical support. In recent confrontations with Taiwanese aircraft, Chinese Air Force pilots exposed extremely low military competence and emotional control. Besides using vulgar language, their flight maneuvers and tactical responses were clearly inferior. This highlights concerns about the mindset and combat skills of China's highest-paid fighter pilots. As the ultimate commander of the military, Xi Jinping poses the greatest threat to the morale of the entire army, especially as his health and mental state is deteriorating. Mr. Z pointed out a phenomenon that speaks volumes. On the day of the September 3rd parade, the CCP's official media went into overdrive, showcasing the magnificent nature of the event and reporting on the appearance of a large number of new and advanced weapons. According to tradition, China's A-share market should typically experience a rally, especially with defense stocks seeing a sharp rise before being sold off. However, to everyone's surprise, the A-share market performed poorly on September 3rd, with the defense sector being one of the hardest hit, leading the market's decline. Financial commentators on social media have questioned the authenticity of some of the weapons displayed in the military. Some equipment are possibly just models designed to create a show of force. They believe the collective crash in military stocks after the parade might be due to the market sensing doubts about the authenticity of these weapons. These pieces of equipment may appear powerful on the surface, but in reality, they're likely to be ineffective. Shen Mingshi, a researcher at the Taiwan National Defense Security Research Institute, also expressed skepticism. He questioned whether the AJX-002 unmanned underwater vehicle that was unveiled during the parade could effectively evade both underwater and aerial detection. He told the media that these static displays cannot verify the true capabilities of the weapons, and it's possible they're just shells designed to scare others. Renowned Chinese author Li Changpeng sarcastically remarked on X that the weaponry showcased at the parade was actually supported by people's social security funds, medical insurance, pensions, taxes, fines, and mortgages. He also pointed out that the children of CCP officials tend to choose to study and live in so-called hostile countries, such as the US, Japan, Canada, Australia, and EU countries, rather than the friendly countries that attended the parade. He urged the public to view the true meaning behind the parade with rationality.
What if I told you there's a jet-powered combat aircraft that can take off from a space smaller than a pickleball court, while flying farther than most fighters and carrying the same amount of weapons as an FA-18 or F-35, and also be able to jam enemy radar like a two-seat Growler, and do all of this without a pilot on board or even remote control? Because that aircraft already exists, and it's called the X-Bat. Now, at first glance, it looks like just another unmanned jet. But the deeper you dig, the more it starts breaking assumptions that we've built about air power for the past few decades. For example, where aircraft can launch from, how they fight, and even who is really flying the mission. This isn't a cheap drone. It's not a flying missile truck. And it's definitely not expendable in the way most people think. So in this video, we're going to answer a few big questions. How does a jet with an over 2,000 nautical mile radius pull off vertical launch and recovery? Why does the X-Bat use a combat-proven fighter engine instead of a business jet motor like most drones? How can one unmanned aircraft replace the mission of a two-crew electronic attack jet and keep fighting even after it's out of weapons? And most importantly, why this changes the way the F-35 Lightning fights and it doesn't replace it. So join me on this journey, my fellow connoisseur of military aviation, because along the way, we'll talk thrust vectoring that goes beyond the F-22, missile performance at extreme altitude, AI that's already survived GPS-denied combat environments, and yes, why a pickleball court is suddenly big enough to be an airbase. So let's take a look at how this new jet is changing the way we fight. And stick with me, because by the end of this video, you'll understand why Shield AI's XBAT isn't just another aircraft program, it's a preview of how the hive mind has awakened. Now, before we talk about how the XBAT fights, we need to talk about how far it can reach. Because range is what turns an interesting aircraft, especially a drone, into a strategic one. When most people hear vertical launch and tail sitter, they assume short legs. Basically a cheap drone and more of a defensive system, something that's tied very closely to the front line. But that assumption collapses fast, because the XBAT isn't a short-range point defense drone. It has a 2,100 nautical mile combat radius, and that's with a mission payload on board. That means this aircraft doesn't just operate from unexpected places, it can actually project power across entire theaters. The XBAT can launch from a dispersed pad, climb into thin air at altitude, and stay on station long enough to shape the fight before a manned fighter jet ever crosses the border. And if you're wondering as to how the XBAT does this, well, we have to take a look under the hood, because when you realize how many pounds of thrust this baby can fit under the cowling, you just might be impressed. The XBAT uses the GE F100 engine, which are the same engines that are found in F-16s and F-15s. Now, to say this is a proven engine could be a huge understatement. Being the heart and soul of both the Eagle and the Viper, not to mention the B-1. The F-100 has, by some estimates, 30 to 40 million flight hours, and that's on a combat-proven military-grade engine. But why is this important? Well, it turns out that just about every other CCA, also known as Collaborative Combat Aircraft or drone, today is using business jet engines. Now, while those are great for flying long ranges and staying airborne longer, there are times when you need that extra punch from an afterburner, and more on that in a minute. Another often overlooked aspect of military engines is that they generate a lot more electrical power. And let's just say that this isn't your dad's PC running Doom. The XBAT is a flying supercomputer, and believe me, you're going to need that extra wattage to power its AI brain, sensors, and electronic jamming capabilities. In fact, the XBAT has so much onboard jamming capability that it can fly the same mission that is flown today by the two-man EF-18 Growler. And from what we can tell, the XBAT's EW suite is built in. So even when the drone goes Winchester and is completely out of weapons, it can remain airborne as a jammer and recon aircraft. All right, getting back to the engines. In a sort of unintentional...
Bruh, so, like, the crazy thing is, because they got those things flying around their jets. Like, that's you.
Yeah, they're just like a quarterback.
Yeah. Yeah,
controlling them motherfuckers.
They could send the drones in first before the jets even get there. And the drones can wreak fucking havoc. I mean, wreak major fucking havoc like a normal jet. Like, and then it got radar jamming capability. So, I mean, that's dope as fuck, bro. Like, I'm just saying, as long as the United States control the sky, man, I just don't see nobody else being able to top them. Like that. I mean, shit. But anyway, we're going to keep going, man. I'm going to go to the next video.
This is a video about the most important, yet most ignored concept in world power. It's the reason some nations fall behind, while some get ahead. Why the world is so uneven in its spread of wealth and power. Every year, more and more people are asking about American decline. Maybe out of fear, maybe out of hope. Yet what...
Hold on, I don't want to watch this video. I want to watch it. Hold on.
Nigga, how you even read all that shit? Never know what you do like that shit.
You have the soldiers and you have the police. The year is 2030. Imagine you are the supreme commander of a hostile superpower. You have the ships, you have the soldiers, and you have the political will. You've just given the order to invade the United States of America. You aren't worried about the US Navy. Let's pretend, for the sake of this thought experiment, that the US military has magically vanished. Poof. Gone. No aircraft carriers, no Reaper drones, no Marines. Just the land, the people, and the infrastructure. You think this is going to be a walk in the park? You think you're going to plant your flag on the White House lawn within a month? My friend, you are about to walk into the greatest logistical meat grinder in human history. You see, the United States isn't just a country. It is a geographically engineered fortress designed by nature to kill invaders. From the moment your boots touch the sand, if they even make it that far, you are fighting a battle against physics, economics, and a civilian population that makes the Viet Cong look like a homeowners association dispute. Today, we aren't talking about nukes or F-35s. We are looking at the terrifying economic and geographic reality of why the US is unconquerable. Buckle up, it's going to get messy. 1. The liquid walls of death. The tyranny of distance. Let's start with the most obvious problem. The one that usually kills your invasion before you even finish your morning coffee. The moats. To the east, you have the Atlantic Ocean. To the west, the Pacific. These aren't just bodies of water, they are logistical death sentences. If you are invading from Europe, you have to cross roughly 3,000 to 4,000 miles of open ocean just to get to the east coast. If you're coming from Asia, you're looking at nearly 6,000 to 7,000 miles to hit California. Let's put that in perspective with some hard numbers. During World War II, for the Allies to invade Normandy, a trip across the English Channel that is roughly 20 to 100 miles wide depending on where you measure. It took years of planning, millions of tons of supplies, and the total economic output of 3 superpowers. That was for a gap you could almost swim across on a good day. Now, imagine doing that, but stretch the supply line to 6,000 miles. Let's assume you want to land a force capable of actually holding territory. Military doctrine generally suggests you need a ratio of force supremacy, but let's be conservative. Let's say you want to land 500,000 troops. That is a modest number to occupy a nation of 330 million people, spanning 3.8 million square miles. You don't just ship the soldiers, you have to ship their food, their ammo, their medical supplies, and most importantly, their fuel. A modern armored division consumes hundreds of thousands of gallons of fuel per day. To support an invasion force across the Pacific, you would need a bridge of ships so dense you could almost walk on it. And here is the dark comedy of it all. The United States has no nearby staging grounds. In most invasions, you build up forces in a neighboring country. Germany used France to hit Britain, or tried to. The US used Britain to hit Germany. The US used Saudi Arabia to hit Iraq. Who are you going to use to hit the US? If you try to stage in Hawaii, you're still 2,500 miles from the mainland. That's like staging in London to invade Iraq. It doesn't help you. The sheer volume of shipping required to move a credible invasion force across the Atlantic or Pacific would be visible from space. It would take months to assemble. There is no surprise attack here. You aren't sneaking up on America. The moment you start loading those ships, the US economy, which we will get to later, shifts into total war mode. By the time your first ship reaches the exclusive economic zone, EEZ, of the United States, your soldiers will have been at sea for weeks. They are seasick, their muscles have atrophied from confinement, and they are eating MREs. And what are they greeted with? Not a welcome mat. They are greeted by the reality that the US coastlines are not designed for easy access. The west coast of the United States is largely rocky cliffs and treacherous currents, with very few viable deep-water ports suitable for offloading heavy armor. San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, San Diego. That's about it. These are bottlenecks. If the defenders scuttle a few cargo ships in the entrance to the port of Long Beach, or destroy the cranes, which they absolutely would do, you're stuck offloading tanks onto a beach while taking fire. On the East Coast, the water is shallow, the swamps are treacherous. We'll get to the South later. And the urbanization is so dense that you're fighting in a concrete jungle the second you step off the boat. Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor of Germany, once famously said, or is attributed to have said, "God has a special providence for fools, drunkards, and the United States of America." He was right. Geography is the first line of defense, and for the US, geography is a serial killer. Hey, quick pause. If you're enjoying this descent into hypothetical madness, smash that subscribe button. We cover the dark side of economics and history every week. Also, let me know in the comments, if you had to pick a landing spot for an invasion, where would you choose? Florida, California, Texas? Spoiler, Texas is a suicide mission. Let's keep going. 2. The neighborhood from hell, Canada and Mexico. Okay, so the oceans are a no-go. You're smart, you're a tactical genius. You decide, I won't go by sea directly. I'll land in Canada or Mexico and drive in. Congratulations, you've just played yourself. Let's start with the northern approach, Canada. You land in Canada. Great. Welcome to the Canadian Shield. If you aren't familiar with geology, the Canadian Shield is basically millions of square miles of exposed Precambrian igneous rock swamps, thousands of lakes, and dense, freezing forests. It is one of the most inhospitable terrains on Earth for mechanized warfare. There are very few roads that go north to south in a capacity that can support heavy armor columns. The infrastructure just isn't there because nobody lives there. It's too cold and the ground is too hard. If you land in Vancouver to come down the west coast, you're funneled into the Cascade Mountains. You're forced into narrow choke points where a handful of defenders with explosives can bury your entire convoy under a landslide. If you land in the east, say Halifax or Montreal, you have to march through the Appalachians and the dense forests of New England during winter. And remember, General Winter saved Russia from Napoleon and Hitler. Well, North American winters are no joke either. Your supply lines will freeze, your tanks will bog down in the spring thaw, and you are doing all of this while trying to occupy a territory, Canada, that is arguably just as culturally hostile to you as the US. Okay, so north is out. Let's go south. Let's land in Mexico and drive up. Welcome to the Sonoran and Chihuahuan deserts. This isn't just hot sand. This is terrain that kills people who try to walk across it with a backpack, let alone an army trying to move heavy equipment. It is arid, brutal, and lacks water sources. But the terrain isn't even your biggest problem here. It's the logistics of the border. The US-Mexico border is roughly 2,000 miles long. But where can you actually drive a tank across? Not many places. You have the Rio Grande acting as a natural moat for a huge chunk of it. You have vast stretches of unpaved wilderness, and once you cross, you aren't in the heartland of America. You're in the American Southwest. You're in Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico. We will talk about the people later, but purely from a logistical standpoint, the distances here are mind-boggling. If you cross the border at El Paso, you're still 1,400 miles from Chicago. You're 1,700 miles from Washington, D.C. You have to drag your supply lines across thousands of miles of open desert, exposed to the elements, with very little local infrastructure to scavenge. There are no dense clusters of cities to pillage for supplies until you hit the major metro areas, which are hundreds of miles apart. Furthermore, consider the rail gauge problem. While North American rail gauges are standardized, standard gauge, the rail infrastructure in Mexico, while improving, is not integrated or maintained to the level required to support the movement of millions of tons of military hardware rapidly northwards. You would be relying on trucks, and trucks need gas. Where are you getting the gas? The US is the world's largest oil producer. If they scorch the earth, blow the refineries in Texas, cap the wells in the Permian Basin, you're driving into a desert with no gas stations. Historically, invasions fail because of overextended supply lines. Napoleon in Russia, the Nazis in Russia, the US in Vietnam, conceptually different but supply heavy. Invading the US through Mexico or Canada creates the longest, most vulnerable supply lines in the history of warfare. You would need to occupy and pacify Canada or Mexico first, which would take years, giving the US ample time to turn the border into a militarized zone that would make the Maginot Line look like a picket fence. You're trapped on the periphery. The geography creates a kill box. You can get to the continent maybe, but you cannot get into the vital organs of the country. 3. The geographical kill zones, the mountains. Let's say you achieve the impossible. You made it across the ocean. You bypass the Canadian forests and the Mexican deserts. You have established a beachhead on the east or west coast. You pat yourself on the back. The hard part is over, you tell your generals. Wrong. The hard part hasn't even started. Now you have to deal with the shields. If you landed on the west coast, look east. Do you see that massive wall of jagged rock stretching from Canada to New Mexico? That is the Rocky Mountains. It is 3,000 miles long,
For real.
over 300 miles wide. The peaks soar over 14,000 feet. There are very few major passes, and the ones that exist, like Interstate 70 through Colorado, are engineering marvels that traverse steep canyons, tunnels, and bridges. In a defensive war, the US military, or what's left of the local resistance, doesn't need to fight you in the open. They just need to blow the Eisenhower Tunnel. They just need to drop the bridges in Glenwood Canyon. Suddenly, your multi-billion-dollar invasion force is stuck in a parking lot on the I-70, surrounded by vertical cliffs. And you know who is up on those cliffs. Locals with hunting rifles that can take the head off a coin from 500 yards away.
Yep.
You aren't fighting a conventional war here. You're fighting Afghanistan on steroids. The Soviets spent a decade trying to pacify the mountains of Afghanistan with a fraction of the population and weaponry. The Rockies are bigger, the weather is more erratic, and the defenders are better armed. If you try to cross the Rockies, your supply trucks will burn. Your tanks will slide off icy cliffs. You will be bled dry in the passes. Okay, you say. West Coast is a trap. I'll invade the East Coast. Washington, D.C., New York, Boston. Great choice. You capture the coastal cities. You take Manhattan. Good luck holding it, but let's pretend. Now you want to push inland to the heartland where the food and energy are. Welcome to the Appalachians. While they aren't as tall as the Rockies, the Appalachians are a dense, foliage-covered nightmare for armored vehicles. They run from Alabama all the way up to Maine. They create a natural barrier between the coast and the Midwest. Historically, this is where empires go to die. During the 18th century, the British Empire, the greatest military force on Earth, couldn't effectively project power past these mountains. They got bogged down in the woods, ambushed by irregulars who knew every creek and ravine. The geography forces you onto predictable roads. Predictable roads mean IEDs, improvised explosive devices. If you are driving a convoy through West Virginia or Kentucky, you are in a literal bowl. The roads wind through the valleys. The high ground is everywhere, covered in dense forest. You cannot see the enemy, but they can see you. Every bridge is a choke point. Every tunnel is a potential tomb. And unlike the deserts of Iraq where you can see for miles, here, the engagement distance is often less than 100 meters. You can't use your fancy air support effectively if you can't see through the tree canopy. You're back to close quarters infantry fighting against people who have been hunting in these woods since they were 6 years old. The geography of the United States effectively creates a citadel in the middle of the continent, the Mississippi Basin, protected by two massive mountain ranges. To get to the prize, you have to siege the castle walls, and the walls are 10,000 feet high and shooting back at you. 4, they're behind every blade of grass. Problem, civilian insurgency. Let's stop talking about rocks and dirt. Let's talk about the scariest variable in this entire equation, the people. There is a potentially apocryphal attributed to the Japanese Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto during Draftoon. You cannot invade the mainland United States. There would be a rifle behind every blade of grass. Whether he actually said it or not doesn't matter. The math makes it true. Let's look at the numbers, because they are genuinely hard to comprehend if you are not American. According to the Small Arms Survey, there are roughly 393 million civilian-owned firearms in the United States. That was the estimate a few years ago. The number is likely well over 400 million now. There are only about 335 million people in the country. Do the math. That is more than one gun for every man, woman, child, and infant. But we know babies aren't packing heat, usually. The guns are concentrated. About 40-50% of households admit to owning a gun. But it's not just pistols and shotguns. We're talking about AR-15s, high-powered precision hunting rifles, and millions of rounds of ammunition. In the state of Wisconsin alone, during the deer hunting season, roughly 600,000 hunters head into the woods. Let that sink in. If the Wisconsin deer hunters were an army, they would be the 8th largest standing army in the world. Bigger than the active duty military of France, bigger than Germany, bigger than Iran. And that is just one state. And those are just the registered hunters. Now you might be thinking, but those are civilians. They aren't trained soldiers. My invasion force has tanks. Sure, but let's look at modern warfare. In Vietnam, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, how well did heavy armor fare against a decentralized, motivated insurgency armed with small arms and homemade explosives? Not well. And those insurgents were often working with rusty AK-47s and limited ammo. An American insurgency would be the most well-funded, well-equipped guerrilla force in human history. You aren't just fighting rebels, you're fighting combat veterans. The US has been at war for most of the last 20 years. There are roughly 18 million veterans living in the United States. Many of them have combat experience. They know how to make IEDs. They know how to set up ambushes. They know logistics, communications, and squad tactics. Imagine you're occupying a small town in Missouri. You have your checkpoint set up. You think you're safe. Suddenly your supply truck hits a pressure plate. A drone, bought off Amazon for $50 and rigged with a pipe bomb, drops a payload on your commander's Jeep. Snipers engage you from 3 different directions using thermal optics they bought at a sporting goods store. You try to return fire, but they melt away into the suburbs, into the cornfields, into the woods. This isn't a war where you take the capital and the country surrenders. The US is a federation of states. If you take Washington, D.C., Texas doesn't care. Texas laughs at you. In fact, taking D.C. might just make the rest of the country fight harder. There is no head of the snake to cut off. The resistance would be hyper-local. Every county, every town, every neighborhood becomes a fortress. You would need a ratio of roughly 20 soldiers for every 1,000 civilians to effectively police a hostile population. For a country of 330 million, you would need an occupation force of 6.6 million soldiers. The entire active duty Chinese military is about 2 million. The entire active duty Russian military, pre-2022, was around 1 million. You literally do not have enough humans to occupy the United States. You can't stand on every street corner, and the moment you turn your back, that blade of grass is going to take a shot. I want to hear from the Americans watching this. If an invasion force landed in your state tomorrow, what is the local terrain feature that would ruin their day? The swamps, the snow, the traffic on the 405? Let me know in the comments below. 5. The logistical black hole, internal infrastructure. Okay, so the people are shooting at you, the mountains are blocking you, and the oceans are isolating you. But surely if you capture the infrastructure, you can use it against them, right? Here is the irony. The US infrastructure is designed for commerce, not for conquest. The United States is massive. We talked about distance before, but let's talk about it in terms of time. Driving from New York to Los Angeles takes roughly 41 hours of non-stop driving. That is assuming no traffic, no blown bridges, and no ambushes. In a war zone, that trip could take months. The US relies heavily on its interstate highway system. It's a marvel of engineering. But it has a fatal flaw for an invader. Bridges. There are over 600,000 bridges in the United States. If the US defenders decide to execute a scorched earth policy, which they would, they don't need to destroy every road. They just need to drop the key bridges over the Mississippi, the Missouri, and the Ohio rivers. The Mississippi River Basin is the jugular vein of the continent. It splits the country in half. If you blow the bridges, the east and west are severed. For the US, this is manageable. Painful, but manageable, because they have the barges and the boats to move supplies on the river. For you, the invader, you're stuck on the bank. You have to build pontoon bridges across a river that is a mile wide in some places, with strong currents, while being shot at. And then there is the rail network. The US has the best freight rail system in the world. But it is privately owned and highly complex. If the operators sabotage the switching stations or derail locomotives in key tunnels, the entire network freezes. You can't just bring your own trains. The scale is too big. You're forced to rely on trucks. And as we mentioned earlier, trucks need fuel. The US has a strategic petroleum reserve. They have refineries. But in an invasion scenario, those refineries will be burning. The pipelines will be shut off. You will be sitting in the middle of Kansas, 1,000 miles from the ocean, with an empty tank, a broken bridge ahead of you, and an angry farmer behind you. This is the logistical black hole. The further you push in, the weaker you get. The further you push in, the stronger the resistance gets because they are fighting on their home turf, close to their own stockpiles. You're stretching a rubber band until it snaps, and when it snaps right in your face. 6. The economic suicide pill, mutually assured depression. Let's step away from the battlefield for a second. Let's assume you are a wizard. You have bypassed the Navy, climbed the mountains, dodged the rednecks with AR-15s, and somehow kept your tanks fueled. You are actually winning the ground war. Congratulations. You have just triggered the economic apocalypse. And the victim isn't just the United States, it's you. This is the economic suicide pill. The United States is not just a participant in the global economy. In many ways, it is the operating system of the global economy. First, let's talk about the US dollar. It is the world's primary reserve currency. Roughly 60% of all foreign exchange reserves held by central banks are in USD. Most global trade, oil, gold, commodities, is priced in dollars. If you destabilize the US government to the point of collapse,
I'm gonna pause it right here though, so we can talk about some of this shit. Hey, nigga, yeah, man. So I mean, like that right there, like all the fear mongering. There's absolutely nothing to fear. Like, I mean, is there possible for us to get nukes dropped on us? Possibly, maybe, if they get through all that extra shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, y'all just saw that shit, bro.
Yeah, but then, you know what I'm saying, that's why Trump trying to get Greenland, you know what I'm saying, for that deterrence.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, so there will be no invasions. Like you heard people on the news, like Cuba and Venezuela. You know, like you hear them talking shit. Like, oh, we're mobilizing the troops. Mobilizing them where? Where you mobilizing them to? Where y'all going? I know you ain't coming here.
Nah, you're not coming here.
No, where you finna pull up at? You know what? Don't tell us. We gonna close our eyes. Just pick one. Pick one and see what happens. Like dude, like it's gonna be all bad for you, bro. I guarantee you, like y'all gonna mobilize in your own country. You're not gonna put a boot on the ground. You're not gonna shoot not AM missile, RPG, none of that shit. Like stop playing with us. Like, and I mean, and when I talk about American imperialism, right? There's a good side and a bad side to that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't really pay attention to that. And I say this shit all the time to y'all is that whatever the United States go through, the black man is basically going through the same shit with them. You could talk shit, pop your gums about the white man this, white man that, but whatever he doing, you doing it with him. You ain't finna not participate in society. So we could stop with all the posturing, right? And you ain't finna do nothing to them. So we could stop the posturing, right? So and let's just start thinking like investors, because I mean that's what we got invested in this shit, blood and bone. So I'm just saying, like at the end of the day, what do you think is some of the, or what do you think some viable strategies could be for the United States to, like, I mean, just in the political scope of things, like looking at all of the pieces that's on the table and knowing what we know just from the little videos. Like, what do you think? Rose.
Yeah, I hear my son was talking to me. Go ahead, repeat that question.
No, I said in light of everything that we just watched and stuff like that, like what if you was a general, right, and you had to give some wisdom or something to the commander in chief, or if you was a commander in chief, like what do you think your best options would be, and what do you think you should do, like with just everything that was on the table?
With everything that's on the table, man, there's like, I kind of agree with what Trump doing. You know what I'm saying? I would expand my interests over here in the Western Hemisphere in order to be able to protect the American homeland. You know what I'm saying? You gotta basically be able to protect this whole side of the map, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be able to protect from north to south, east to west. You know what I'm saying? And by Russia moving most of that nuclear assets, you know what I'm saying, to the Arctic regions, you know what I'm saying, then acquiring Greenland would be perfect, you know what I'm saying, for deterrence, for them to be able to intercept the warheads, you know,
Right. The MERS.
before they re-enter the atmosphere, you know what I'm saying, like they was just explaining in the video, you know what I'm saying, it's easier to catch them before, you know, it's separating you know, for the warheads separate from the vehicle, you know what I'm saying.
Right.
So I mean, and acquiring Venezuela, you know what I'm saying, expands your interest going further to the south. So, you know, it's like it gives you a strategic advantage, you know what I'm saying. I know it's gonna rub a lot of people the wrong way. It's gonna rub NATO the wrong way, but you know, at that point, NATO gonna either have to side with us or become Russia.
Yeah, and that's why I said like I mean I heard the little threats and the NATO been talking and shit, and it's like how y'all got the cojones now? Like how all of a sudden like y'all got balls? Like y'all tough now? Like where Denmark, France, like y'all tough now. Now you're tough. Now y'all gonna mass up. Since United States like, oh, we finna annex Greenland. Now y'all want to jump over there like, oh no, we heard now. We got it. France, somehow they gonna send some subs over there. Bitch, you should have been had them subs over there. I thought that was the whole point of having Northern Alliance. That's what ain't that what the Northern Alliance is about?
Right, you know what I'm saying, and y'all letting
and y'all let China and Russia
just
that whole
with
area
impunity.
Like, so, I'm like now all of a sudden y'all worried about it. Nigga, you wasn't worried about it at first. Like why you worried about it now? Man, dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, yeah, United States just being nice. Me personally, if I was Trump, nigga, I'd be on France ass, especially France, cause they some hoe ass niggas. France some bitches, and I'm gonna just throw it out there. That ain't no shot to the French people. You know, the people that live in France. I'm just saying the government is them niggas pussies, man. It was a couple of U.S. excursions that we was trying to. What United States government was trying to pull off and shit, and France declined. Do it. See if you could do a Google a quick search about the conflicts that France denied us help with. See if you can do a quick search on that real quick. But yeah, it's like a lot of these people be doing like they be like it's a lot of posturing going on, bro. You know what I'm saying? And like Trump pulling cards, Trump pulling whole cards, and I'm like, I know a lot of people don't like Trump. Y'all ain't gonna like me giving him his flowers and shit. But dude doing a lot of shit that we ain't seen from a lot of presidents. And I ain't saying other presidents ain't did similar shit, but it's what he doing, how he doing it, how quick he getting it done. Like it's like he cut through all bureaucracy and just get shit done. He just goes right to the jugular. Like this dude be signing so many executive orders. I ain't never seen the president sign this many executive orders. Like that's, I mean, he be signing them joints, bro. And y'all gotta pay attention for some of that stuff. We gonna talk about go over some of that stuff we were talking about yesterday too, as far as some of the new laws that got changed in the country about when you engage with police officers. We'll get into that later and shit. Did you find any information, bro?
Yeah, I got something. Hold on, give me a second.
You gonna show your screen or you just gonna read it?
Yeah, I'm gonna share the screen and read it.
All right. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I had the damn thing muted. Nah. Yeah, this is what I came up with. You know what I'm saying? I searched which military operations did France refuse to help the United States with. France has notably refused to join the United States in several major military actions, with the most prominent recent example being the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Key instances where France refused to support U.S. military efforts include the 2003 invasion of Iraq. France under President Jacques Chirac was a leading and vocal opponent of the U.S.-led invasion, which proceeded without a United Nations mandate. The French government did not believe the claims about weapons of mass destruction and argued the war was unnecessary and lacked international legitimacy. The Vietnam War. Following its own withdrawal from Vietnam in the 1950s after the defeat at Dien Bien Phu, France, particularly under President Charles de Gaulle, did not support U.S. military involvement and instead advocated for a neutralist solution for Southeast Asia. So what else we got? Post 9/11 war on terror in the Middle East. While France strongly condemned the 9/11 attacks and collaborated closely with U.S. intelligence services, it generally refused to support a full-scale American military effort in the Middle East due to concerns about internal affairs, memories of its own failed colonial wars in Algeria, Indochina, and a large domestic Muslim population. The American Civil War. So this go back a long time to France, huh? During the American Civil War, France officially maintained strict neutrality, although Emperor Napoleon III considered recognizing the Confederate States of America, and French capitalists provided loans and military supplies to the Confederacy.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Ass niggas. Like they got a long ass history of being some old hoe ass.
Hey, you know what I'm saying?
Like that's crazy, man.
Historically, you're right. That is crazy. Y'all supplied the Confederacy, huh?
Right. Like that's wild.
Historically, in the late 18th century, the two nations engaged in an undeclared naval war known as the Quasi War, 1798 to 1800, where French privateers seized U.S. merchant ships, leading to U.S. naval action. This was a period of conflict rather than a refusal to cooperate on the shared operation. Overall, France's decisions not to participate often stem from an independent foreign policy, a desire for strategic autonomy, and a belief that military intervention should align with its national interests and often a UN mandate.
I'm just saying they're a bitch ass ally.
It's like
ally,
right.
Man. Like, I'm
and
be
they
honest.
got the nerve to want to turn around and talk shit, huh?
Right. And then Denmark, like who are you? Like who do y'all do again? What do we buy from y'all? Like do we import anything from you niggas? Like I mean, who is Denmark? I mean, I know people like going there, like some white people like going there like to vacation sometimes, but I mean, I don't know. Like I don't know what's special about Denmark. I don't know. But all of a sudden they interest in Greenland is just funny as hell to me. Let's see, we gonna keep going. Yeah. Let's see where we gonna go. Oh yeah, let's hit this up.
Something extremely interesting has happened since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and it extends far beyond this conflict itself, where a lot of the traditional thinking on geopolitics has been completely flipped on its head. Because a lot of the traditional thinkers on geopolitics were shown to be vastly wrong when it came to their understanding of Russia, and in particular Russia's military power. Obviously, before Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Russia was considered to be one of the strongest militaries in the world. In fact, the second most powerful military in the world, second only to the United States. And that was part of a myth that has carried on since the time of the Soviet Union and the time of the Cold War, where a lot of people built their understandings of geopolitics and the way the world worked as a whole based on their understandings of Russian power. The thought for many years was that Russia could basically take on anybody they wanted to in the world, including even the United States. And this was a myth that even played itself out in American literature. For example, when we look at a lot of the most popular war movies about Russia from this era, and a lot of the most popular video games featuring Russia in this era, it always shows Russia at parity with the United States as a global power. There's movies, for example, like Red Dawn, and there's video games like Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and there's also other movies like Top Gun where the military power isn't explicitly said to be Russia, but everybody pretty much knows that the opponent in those movies is Russia. This idea, though, like I said, has been completely flipped on its head. As Russia has invaded Ukraine, the world has seen that they are only a fraction as powerful as everybody thought them to be. And many years into a war where all of the top experts said that Ukraine would lose within a couple of days to a couple of weeks, Ukraine is still holding strong. And when we objectively look at the facts on the ground, we can actually see that they can continue to hold strong for many additional years, something that I've covered in depth in a lot of my videos. The question that we have, though, is how is so much of the world so wrong for so long? And what else was the world potentially wrong about? And what I want to focus that question on today is to take a lot of these aspects where we overestimated Russia and apply them to China today, to show how far more likely than not, China is only a fraction as powerful as most people think they are. And that's a super important discussion for a lot of reasons, because in many ways, in the same way that people overestimated the power of the Soviet Union and the power of Russia, a lot of people overestimate the power of China, and that causes them to make a lot of geopolitical decisions that are in China's favor and not in the favor of, for example, their own countries. And if we're actually wrong about that, that has some massive implications. What I'm going to do in this video is I'm going to be extremely specific, and I'm going to break down the actual reasons that Russia's military failed so badly against Ukraine and vastly underperformed everybody's expectations. And then when we break down those reasons, I'm going to show you how all of those same things apply directly to China. And that's not just speculation. There are many, many strong examples that we can actually cite. And what you'll see throughout this video is the geopolitical version of a phrase that I've loved to use for a long time, which is that the smaller the dog is, the louder it barks. When we look at nations like Russia and China, for example, and I'll also throw in North Korea and other countries like them, even though they're not the subject of this video, we see a culture of large military parades, large peacocking, where in front of the cameras, they do everything they can to show the world that they are extremely powerful, because they want to make a certain perception in people's minds, because oftentimes that perception is just as powerful as the actual power itself. And the perception alone allows them to get the benefits that the power would get them without them actually having to invest in or use the power that they don't really have. And we'll see how a lot of these countries that do all of this showboating, when you look under the surface, there's really nothing there, and there's nothing to be afraid of. We have a lot to cover in this video, so let's dive right in. Now, as we dive in, just a quick note about the sponsor who made today's episode possible, and who has been critical in helping me produce analysis like what you're currently watching. That sponsor is Ground News. I love what Ground News does because in 2025, it's harder than ever to simply understand the facts. Most outlets are more focused on defending a narrative than on exposing people to the truth. Everything has a spin, and usually you're only getting one part of a story. Ground news makes it easy to cut through all of that. For any given topic, they collect all of the articles in one place, allowing you to consume the whole story and not just one person's framing of it. Take this recent story about the United States warning the right-leaning 40% discount. This corruption really existed at every level of the Russian military, and it existed largely because of that showboat peacock-type culture that I just alluded to. Within the Russian military, there has always been this type of showboaty culture, even when you go back to the Soviet era. For example, when you look at the Soviet era, a lot of people discussed the fact that when they put on their nuclear parades, they didn't actually have all those nuclear missiles. A lot of the missiles that were in parades were dummies. They were just painted to look like nuclear missiles. And a lot of times, these would actually be taken around the block multiple times to make the parade look longer than it really was, to make Russia's capabilities look exponentially bigger than they really were. And this was understood by a lot of the insiders within the Soviet military who have since come out and given these accounts. Whether or not they're actually true, I guess we can't verify, but given the data we have now, they certainly at least seem to be true. And this type of culture directly contributed to corruption within the Russian military for a lot of reasons. First of all, obviously, there's always an incentive for corruption, because if somebody can line their own pockets and get away with it, that's human nature. Even in good countries, people will do that. But especially within a culture where the upper echelons of the military really think of their military not as an actual fighting force, but rather as a deterrence force to scare away larger geopolitical allies, this breeds corruption, because people start looking at the most powerful military assets as something that will never actually be used. And so when people think that the military assets will never actually have to be used, they start grifting, thinking that they are not hurting anything at all. Because, for example, if you're in charge of procurement for military equipment and you order a couple of real units, but for the rest of the units, you replace the parts with fake equipment that is far cheaper and you pocket the difference, you think nobody's ever really going to notice because that equipment isn't actually going to be deployed in a real war. No harm, no foul. I get rich and nobody will ever be the wiser. As Russia invaded Ukraine, whether this was the reason or there were other reasons, it became very apparent that this was the attitude that was present at pretty much every level of the Russian military, where there was actually a reputation where people didn't join the Russian military to fight, not to defend their country, but to steal. And so as Russia actually went into Ukraine and tried to invade them, they realized that this problem was far more persistent across their military than they even knew. A lot of Russians were going into combat with fake gear. Tires were flattening, which were supposed to be military grade, and the vehicles that were supposed to be running had many critical components stolen or even had the fuel siphoned off. And all of these things, again, it was at every level of the military, contributed to Russia not being able to achieve their blitzkrieg against Ukraine as quickly as they planned. Now, this, of course, had major knock-on effects. Because Russia couldn't accomplish their blitzkrieg, they couldn't push deeper in Ukraine past what are now Ukraine's fortress cities, and they couldn't establish positions deeper in Ukraine either that they could actually hold and defend. That allowed Ukraine to quickly claw back a lot of territory, and the war is now where it is today, with Russia not able to push the front line forward. The question we have to ask now is, if all of this was true of the Russian military, is there reason to believe it's true of the Chinese military as well? And the answer is yes. There's a lot of reasons. There's reasons to know this both explicitly and implicitly. I'll start with the implicit because it's easier to explain. The implicit logic here is quite simple. Even though China has gone to Russia and has publicly said on the world stage that they have a no-limits partnership, around the time that Russia invaded Ukraine, implying that they would support Russia in any way whatsoever, China has not actually supported Russia militarily in a major way. And in particular, they haven't provided Russia with any of the potentially game-changing military systems that would allow Russia to quickly defeat Ukraine and overwhelm them. Obviously, the West hasn't done the same for Ukraine either with some of their most sensitive systems, but they have provided Ukraine with enough military technology to keep them in the fight and to overcome the disadvantages that they had against Russia. China hasn't been willing to do the same for Russia. And a lot of people think that the reason for that is because China doesn't actually have a whole lot of confidence that their equipment will perform well under actual combat scenarios. And as long as nobody has seen China's equipment in real combat, the illusion remains. And people can think of China as extremely powerful, even if they're really not. Whereas if China actually was as powerful as they said they are, they could probably help Russia overcome Ukraine rather easily. Now that's implicit, it can't be proved, but it can be seen as highly likely when you look at how the corruption structure within the Chinese military, from everything that we can tell, is just as bad, if not even worse than it is in Russia. For example, for quite a long time, in several different instances, there have been very public occurrences of corruption within China's most sensitive military units. Their rocket forces, their missile forces, the ones responsible for their actual nuclear missiles. There have been basically corruption scandals that said that these people have intentionally ordered fake parts for China's missile systems, largely, yes, because they could profit, but also because it was their belief that these missile systems would never actually have to be used. And this has not just been one corruption scandal, it's been several. It is an irresistible urge among the commanders in charge of this. There was an instance back in 2021, and there was also an instance back in 2023. And a lot of the procurement people responsible for China's most sensitive military systems have actually been described by Chinese insiders as operating more like business cartels. Now, this is extremely significant because this corruption is taking place in arguably the most important, most strategic aspects of the Chinese military, hopefully with the most oversight, with the most exposure. If this is happening there, the question you have to ask is, what is preventing this from actually happening in other parts of the Chinese military? And obviously the answer is nothing. If this is happening with China's nukes, it is almost clearly happening in every other part of the Chinese military, even if that public exposure hasn't happened. Because the same incentives that cause people to be corrupt still exist when it comes to every other category of military equipment. There's the profit incentive, there is the internally corrupt structure of a party system, and there is also the incentive of, well, we don't actually think these things are ever going to be used, so we'll never actually be caught. Now, of course, it's always impossible to prove how extensive the corruption is throughout an entire military apparatus. But what's very interesting about China is that historically they have had a lot of different purges and a lot of different big busts where large numbers of military officers are basically busted all at the same time, including in one case, at least one case, basically China's two top generals. And it's not to say that there's never, military graft in Western militaries. It happens everywhere. But what is very uncommon in Western militaries is for it to be so widespread that you actually have to do purges and shakeups from the top down. And the fact that this is happening, the fact that China would target its top generals, typically, when somebody does this, it's to get the people in trouble who are actually doing this, but it's also to instill fear in all the other people who are doing it who maybe you don't have enough evidence about or you haven't actually caught. And when there are purges, it is evidence that the problem is much deeper, much more systemic than the government itself even knows. And so that on its surface is very strong evidence that China's military is almost certainly not what it appears to be on the surface. Can we ever know its actual level of functional power? No, we can't. But critically, neither can the Chinese government. And having seen what just happened with Russia invading Ukraine, where the Russian government itself clearly was not aware of how deep and systemic the corruption in its own military actually was, this is going to give China pause if they ever want to engage in any military action of their own, because they're going to be deeply terrified that what has just happened to Russia will also happen to them. And so likely they're going to continue trying to project strength without actually getting in a situation where they have to prove strength. Now, there are a whole lot of other things to look at, so if you thought that was interesting, just you wait. Another category where we can kind of compare Russia's failures to China and the perception versus the reality is the perception of Russian super weapons as opposed to the reality. So, for example, leading up to their invasion of Ukraine and during their invasion of Ukraine, Russia has made a big deal about a lot of different super weapons. And this is also something that goes back to the Soviet era, back to the time when Russia, or rather the Soviet Union, even tested the Tsar Bomba, famously the largest nuclear explosion in human history to terrify the entire world, even though in reality the weapon was completely impractical because it was far too heavy to actually be deployed and attack an enemy country. Russia was all about projecting the strength, though, and instilling fear, not actually about having to deliver the capabilities that people were afraid of. And Russia has learned that lesson very well with things like their Poseidon missiles, which can supposedly create tsunamis that, flood the entire U.S. eastern seaboard with an underwater missile that can create a tsunami. And there's other super weapons of the like. But even beyond those that have never been actually proven, because it's kind of impossible to prove the capability, but you sure can scare a lot of people, there are also new classes of, for example, Russian tanks that Russia would often show in military parades. But they were mysteriously missing when Russia actually went into combat in Ukraine. And what it showed was it's quite easy to show a powerful-looking prototype in a parade, and it's quite easy to create propaganda about that prototype. It is another thing entirely to actually have a functional weapon system and a supply line to support it. So, for example, Russia's tanks have barely seen combat in Ukraine. When they have, they've typically been destroyed just as easily as other tanks. And Russia also just doesn't have the supply lines to get them flowing at a sufficient pace to actually make a difference on the battlefield. This lesson is extremely important to apply to China, because China has a different but similar approach to trying to instill fear in the surrounding world. And that is that typically what China will do is they will look for the most powerful weapons of the Western world, and they will copy them. So, for example, China has attempted to copy U.S. stealth bombers. They've attempted to copy U.S. fighters. They've attempted to copy U.S. missiles, etc. Basically, what China does from a military perspective is they don't develop technology on their own. They try to steal intellectual property from Western opponents. This is a very devious strategy because what it does is it makes people in the Western world who know how powerful, for example, their stealth bombers are, be terrified of China if China has the same capability. But notably, China has never demonstrated that they actually have the same capability. They've simply said they do. And China, notably, has never demonstrated that even if they do have the same capability, that they can actually produce these weapon systems at scale. What they are able to do is to release sleek videos, things like that, sleek pictures, images. They're able to parade things, but they're not able to prove that they actually have these weapon systems in sufficient quantities to actually engage in a war against the West. The idea is, if we can make people afraid of these weapons, maybe we'll never have to actually use them. Now, even more than that, when it comes to weapon systems, it's not just about how many you can produce with a certain level of theoretical capabilities in a best-case scenario. It's about how reliable those weapon systems actually are, how well-produced they are, how maintainable they are, the supply chains for repair parts, all of those types of things. And those are the pieces that actually matter if you want to engage in a sustained war with a weapon system beyond, losing your initial couple prototypes or even your initial fleet if China did have a sufficient quantity. And that means that if China were ever to engage in an actual full-scale war with these weapon systems that they've copycatted, it is highly unlikely that they will actually be able to sustain using those systems for a prolonged period of time. And even if they can do it for one or two of those, it's highly unlikely that they can sustain all of them. And as we've seen, for example, in the war in Ukraine, you need to have the ability to sustain all of your weapon systems, because if one category goes down, that leaves gaps that leave you wide open and all the other categories suffer. You need everything at the same time. It is a system of irreducible complexity.
So, here's the thing, bruh, and this is what I keep stressing to people in the back chat. If there was a country capable of doing anything to the United States, they would have played that card a long time ago. You don't wait to the bully pull out alien style fucking weaponry before you decide to go get some get back. Like
right. The closest thing was the Cuban Missile Crisis. You know what I'm saying? That was probably their best shot.
And it's like, yeah, if that's what China is doing, is basically on some bluff shit, and them basically just shells of weapons and shit like that, like they really don't work and shit like that. That's a fucked up game to play, because, like I said, with the United States being able to just walk into Venezuela like that, and they've been feeding their ass fucking weapons and systems and all that type of shit for the past 20 some odd years, man, they walk right through them. They walk right through them. Like, and that's all I'm saying is, like, they was able to turn all their shit off.
Even pinched the motherfucker.
Bruh, they was able to turn all of their shit off. Everything. I tell people I think they got that capability during COVID. Like, people thinking it's like some magic weapon. Nah, during COVID they was able to install systems all over the damn planet, nigga, uninterrupted. They could turn everybody's shit off, on and off at will. I'm just throwing out some ideas, you know what I'm saying? I ain't saying that's what
Right.
Check this out.
For decades now, there's been an uncomfortable truth the rest of the world has had to live with. On the oceans, the United States Navy is not just stronger. It is the standard, the ruler every other navy is measured against. From the Mediterranean to the Red Sea to the South China Sea and the East China Sea, when a hotspot barely starts to smoke, you almost always see the same shadow appear first. Not a ship. A floating city of steel, nuclear powered, surrounded by escorts, sensors, missiles, and air power capable of turning a bad calculation into a catastrophe. And this is the moment where rooms tend to go quiet. A carrier strike group is not just a group of ships. It's a mobile warning, a political decision that can become firepower in minutes. You want escalation? The United States can show up at your doorstep with an ability to strike, defend, and stay that very few nations on Earth can even dream of matching. In this episode, we go straight at the question the world is quietly afraid to answer. Just how powerful is the U.S. Navy once the game crosses the line? As we move into 2025 and 2026, what upgrades are pushing the balance even further toward Washington? And why America's submarine fleet remains a nightmare, one rivals cannot catch, no matter how much money they burn trying. And finally, the biggest question of all. In this century, is there any nation truly capable of challenging the dominance of the United States Navy? Or is it all just inflated hope, standing in front of an empire built on steel, technology, and decades of warfighting experience? All of that gets answered today.
And that right there, what he just said, be the turning point for real, right? It's the continued culture of nothing but fucking war, bro. Like, the United States is vets at this shit. Like they said, China ain't had no full-fledged war in what, 50 some odd years or something like that. a real war, like
Right.
an actual war. You know what I'm saying? The last time Russia, I mean, you know.
You gotta think about it. As children now, we grew up playing military simulators. It's like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? We grew up playing military simulators for fun.
The youth is so desensitized, like that shit's nothing to them. Like, I was just telling my son, I'm like, in the future, y'all gonna be remote controlling robots that's doing that shit, and it's gonna look like y'all playing games. Nigga, y'all really gonna be whacking people. But yeah, it's just gonna be real.
Carrier Strike Group, the war machine only the United States was able to build. In the oceans of the 21st century, there is one military structure every major power wants to possess, yet no one has been able to truly recreate. Not even Russia, not even China. The Carrier Strike Group, or CSG. And no, this is not just a fleet. A Carrier Strike Group is a complete ecosystem of warfare, long-range firepower, multi-layer defense, airborne command and control, electronic warfare, mobile logistics, and the ability to sustain continuous combat for months in the middle of the ocean. A standard CSG includes a nuclear-powered supercarrier, a cruiser equipped with SPY-6 phased array radar, 2 to 3 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers forming the Aegis Shield, a nuclear attack submarine, often a Virginia-class, among the most sophisticated submarines in the world, and a logistics ship carrying fuel, munitions, and spare parts. Ahead of the formation, silently on the ocean floor, you may still find Los Angeles-class submarines, older by design, yet still the backbone of many anti-submarine and interception missions. Together, this forms a compact naval army, one that can strike targets thousands of kilometers away without relying on a single inch of foreign soil. But what makes the Carrier Strike Group truly impossible to copy is not the number of ships. It is the cost of creating it. To operate a CSG, a nation must possess naval-grade nuclear reactors, next-generation radar technology, a highly experienced naval air wing, a shipbuilding industry supported by thousands of subcontractors, a global basing network, and hundreds of billions of dollars every year just to keep it combat ready. That price is the real barrier. In the fiscal year 2025 budget, the U.S. Navy allocates more than $257.6 billion for modernization and force sustainment. Much of that directly supports carrier strike groups, carrier overhauls, new Virginia-class submarines, Arleigh Burke upgrades, next-generation fighters, and heavy investment in automation and drones to prepare for a future of semi-autonomous carrier warfare. That level of annual investment creates a gap no other nation has been able to close. Russia lacks the budget and global logistics to sustain a carrier fleet like the United States, let alone a full carrier strike group. China has industrial capacity, but lacks deep water operational experience, overseas logistics bases, a fully mature airborne early warning system, and nuclear-powered carrier propulsion. Those are not small details. Those are deal breakers. A carrier strike group is something only a nation that is wealthy, technologically advanced, and battle-tested over decades can sustain. And that nation is the United States. And the United States does not operate just one. America maintains 9 active carrier strike groups spread from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean to the Pacific. A global naval network no rival on Earth can match. At the heart of every strike group is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Most are Nimitz class, but the next generation, USS Gerald R. Ford is redefining the standard. Ford uses EMALS, the Electromagnetic Aircraft Launch System. It replaces steam catapults with electromagnetic launch, reducing wear, smoothing takeoffs, and, most importantly, increasing sortie generation rates. In a single combat day, Ford or Nimitz can launch far more sorties than any Chinese or Russian carrier in service today. Spy-6 radar can track hundreds of targets simultaneously, distinguishing real threats from decoys and electronic noise. When SM-6 and SM-3 missiles are launched, their speed, precision, and long-range interception make missile or air attacks extremely difficult to execute. Russia and China are trying to build similar systems, but the gap remains at least one full generation. In the air, the E-2D Advanced Hawkeye acts as the brain of the fleet. Its APY-9 radar can detect stealth targets, penetrate jamming, and track low-altitude aircraft hiding in sea clutter. China is testing the KJ-600. Russia still does not operate a true carrier-based airborne early warning aircraft. In modern naval warfare, no AEW means no eyes. And without eyes, no fleet survives long-range cruise missiles. On the carrier deck, the fighter of choice is the F-35C. So why F-35C and not the F-22? Because the F-22 cannot operate from carriers. No resting hook, landing gear not built for carrier impacts, airframe not protected against salt corrosion. F-35C is the naval variant. Larger wings, longer range, reinforced landing gear, dedicated arresting hook. Most importantly, it is the only stealth fighter in the world operating from aircraft carriers at true combat scale. The F-35C sensor suite allows it to detect other stealth aircraft at long range, cue targets for Aegis, and transmit data instantly across the fleet. When F-35C works with the E-2D, the entire strike group becomes a unified sensor network, a single brain that sees farther and decides faster than any naval force in history. Put it all together, and the carrier strike group becomes a mobile kill zone at sea. E-2D sees first, F-35C confirms, Aegis locks on and fires. And if anything survives, the carrier launches the strike to finish the job. To date, no nation has ever broken a carrier strike group in real combat. And that is only the visible part. The unseen part, where American submarines operate, is even more terrifying. And that is where we will go next.
Before we get to the subs and shit. Now, like that's what I'm saying. Like we just look, and you know, this is just the shit that they just showing us. You feel what I'm saying? And like, I'm not saying that other countries ain't got shit, bro, because I'm sure they do. But I don't see nobody really. I just don't see how. Maybe I'm just being too optimistic. I don't know. What you think, Brother Sadiq?
Man, I mean, yeah, pretty much at this point, yeah, it's just the U.S. still has a lead in the militarization, at least from the conventional sense, as far as we know.
Yeah, that's what we keep saying is the only help these countries got is maybe ET or somebody, maybe Cleons or somebody might come down, the Starship Federation or some shit. Other than that, they ain't got a dog in the fight. Like, I mean, all the threats and all that stuff is just all posturing. Like,
yeah.
Like I mean, like people like, oh, you know, United States imperialistic and this, that, and the other. Are they really? Because I mean, they really could be muscling everybody.
Yeah.
They could have been doing it.
Yeah, they could literally make everybody like submit. And I mean, overnight, they can subdue 60% of the world. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's
It probably ain't even got to put no boots on the ground. They could just air and see. That's it.
True. I used to think they was untouchable, and think there was all of that and some, until I realized it's one enemy that they can't touch. With all of their militarization, you can multiply all of the nuclear material times 3 and their military spending times 3. It hit me about a year ago or so, a couple years ago or so, when I realized, because I kept wondering, that's how we talk in the back chest, like how we deal with this threat, like how we going to deal with this. And so the answer came very simple. They have all these guns and stuff like that appears to be like a bulletproof and so intimidating. The global, hence the global boogeyman, whatever. Come to find out, nature always has the answer. So how do you neutralize a threat like this? Simple. You remove the bodies that holds the weapons. There's simply not going to be born enough white folks to actually hold all of the weapons. I never would have thought of that until I started seeing the population trends. And this is some of the reason why they're trying to go into creating cyborgs and stuff. That's some of the pressure to create that. Nature has to, since they can't remove the guns, nature remove you. You see what I'm saying? So all your guns won't even help you because it's not something enough whitey's born to hold them all. See, to press all of the buttons or whatever. And so it's very interesting. That's one dynamic that you think they wouldn't be undone by. So all of their contraptions won't really help them much. So they're trying to run and run into the lab, that is engineering labs and so forth, mechanical engineering labs, AI/AI labs, to help offset the fallen manpower to try to circumvent that, in my opinion, and among other reasons.
They're doing a pretty good job. I'm like they dealing with the telomeres and that chemical they found in lobster and shit like that. So they
trying. Yeah, they trying. Right, because they got all of that shit don't mean nothing, right? If you don't have enough kids, you know what I'm saying? Right.
Yeah, I hear you, but all they got to do is get a breakthrough.
Right.
They can extend the life 30, 40 years. That's
right.
I mean, they already plan in century intervals. I mean,
right.
Let me hit play, man. Let's see how much scarier the United States is. Like, cause we've been looking at China and Russia stuff, and I mean, I'm not that impressed. I mean, maybe it's just because they don't publicize their shit like that, but the United States.
Man, true. You see that supersonic? You seen that supersonic? I looked at I think the technical name of it. Yeah, that Russia shot out. God damn.
Yeah, but we ain't seen it do shit. We ain't seen it do shit.
They hit Ukraine with it. We ain't see no footage though from the corners or records.
That's what I'm saying. We ain't seen shit. So I mean, like, is that really scary? Like, ooh, you got a really fast rocket. Like, I mean, okay, nigga, we still ain't seen shit though. Like, you got to pop something, bust something. It's just like all of them. And like, yeah, they got all that. But what good is that if you can't use it in actual battles?
Right.
Like, you got a bunch of big expensive toys that you can't use in battle, and
right.
You got the United States all over the world doing our thing, and I mean, at some point you're gonna have to answer something. Do something.
That's right. Yeah. You know, a lot of I personally think Russia should have wrapped up Ukraine quick, fast, in a hurry. That kind of dragged out a little too long for Russia to be such a so-called semi-superpower to superpower.
I was watching a video today, and it was talking about Russia's army, and the Ukrainians are saying that when they capture, first of all, the Ukrainians have got a phone app that they didn't created, and this spread out, amongst the Russian troops, and basically all they got to do is join the app and say like they don't want to fight or whatever no more, and like the Ukrainians will come pick them up and take them to like a prison where they getting like food and shelter and all the other shit. And they say like Russian soldiers are like doing that shit in droves. Not to
Really?
mention, yeah, they said not to mention most of the soldiers that are getting captured and or basically getting captured. I guess it doesn't matter which way they're getting captured.
I believe it.
The most of them that are getting captured, most of them sick. They like most
Dang.
of them sick men, and most of them like stricken with like tuberculosis. They criminals from prisons and stuff like that. They mercs. Most of them, a lot of them mercs people from other countries and shit who promise, large sums of money if they join, do this, that, and the other. Not knowing that they going to the front line in Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? And they calling that shit the meat grinder up there because the Ukrainians just mowing their ass down. Like no matter what they throw up, they go down. And it's all because Russia can't overcome the technology that the U.S. then gave Ukraine, and that's like old shit. That's the old shit back from 1990 and the 80s and shit. That's the shit they gave them. They didn't give them no like 2000 shit, man. They didn't give them no up to date shit. Like they gave them some that if you go look at that little drone automatic I guess it's like an automatic cannon or some shit on wheels, right? It don't look nothing like the new ones. Like it don't look nothing like the new ones. And so that's what I'm like, they gave them some old toys. And like they is like just turning the Russians up, bro. And I'm just like, damn, bro. They say Russia all in Africa. Russia all in Africa recruiting people. It's just. I'm gonna see if I can't find that video that I was.
Yeah. If you got to throw it up, that'd be kind of cool. Check that out. Probably if you got one too, maybe for the viewers who not familiar with Trump's one of his projects, the Golden Dome project.
Oh yeah.
Got to put that up.
Oh yeah. That's tied into that Greenland thing.
Right.
Hold on, I'm gonna find this. I think this might be it right here. Hold on. Let's finish this real quick. Hold on.
Submarine force. The power in the shadows no one else on Earth truly possesses. If carrier strike groups are the symbol of power the world can see, then the force that actually keeps rivals awake at night lives where no one can see it, deep beneath the ocean. That is where the United States Navy maintains one of the most sophisticated and dangerous nuclear submarine forces on the planet. Worldwide, there are roughly 470 to 500 military submarines across about 40 nations. But when you move to the very top tier of the game, only 3 names truly matter: the United States, Russia, China. America operates roughly 68 to 70 submarines. Russia fields about 62 to 65. China, depending on how you count, ranges from the low 60s to nearly 80. On paper, the numbers look close. The difference lies elsewhere. The United States dominates almost completely in blue water nuclear submarines. Meanwhile, much of the rest of the world, including several mid-level powers, still relies primarily on diesel-electric boats designed for coastal defense. Within the U.S. fleet, there are 3 pillars you need to remember: strategic ballistic missile submarines, attack submarines like Virginia-class and Seawolf, and the next generation is now entering service, Columbia-class, and the future SSN. Each of these boats is not just a weapon platform, it is a node in a deterrence and ocean control network the United States has been building for decades. The way America operates this force is different as well. Each ballistic missile submarine typically has 2 rotating crews. That means the submarine itself almost never rests. One crew returns, the other is already prepared to take it back to sea. The result is simple and unsettling. At any given moment, there are U.S. nuclear-armed submarines hidden deep underwater, beyond the reach of satellites and surface radar. Between now and 2030, the centerpiece beneath the waves is the Columbia class, the highest priority submarine program in the U.S. Navy. The first boat, USS District of Columbia, is expected to begin patrols around 2030, gradually replacing the aging Ohio class. This is the new backbone of the naval leg of America's nuclear triad. Budgets for 2025 and 2026 place Columbia at the very top, funding the third hull and preparing a production rhythm of one submarine per year in the latter half of the decade. Columbia is not simply a new Ohio. It is designed with a nuclear reactor that lasts the entire service life of the vessel, more than 40 years without refueling. Noise reduction systems, vibration isolation, advanced anechoic coatings, hull designs optimized for acoustic stealth. Every element is built to survive in a world where rivals are trying to make the oceans transparent. In attack submarines, the United States is playing on two boards at the same time. On the present board is the Virginia class. New blocks, including Block 6, funded in the 2026 budget, expand cruise missile capacity, deploy unmanned underwater vehicles, and operate in shallow waters, polar regions, and critical sea lanes. On the future board is the next generation SSN. Described as a blend of Seawolf speed, Virginia stealth, and Columbia endurance. Keel laying may not come until around 2040, but the intent is unmistakable. The United States does not intend to merely keep pace. It intends to widen the technological gap well into the second half of this century. Why go this far? Because everyone else is running. China is investing heavily in seabed sensor networks, next-generation magnetic anomaly detection, and even quantum sensing to detect minute disturbances in the underwater environment. Signals that could reveal a submarine once thought invisible. Research teams in Shanghai and Xi'an are publishing prototypes capable of detecting electromagnetic disturbances from propellers at ranges far greater than before. Combined with artificial intelligence to process massive data flows, these systems threaten to shrink the safe spaces beneath the sea. Some strategic analysts now describe the future as an era of the transparent ocean. And they ask an uncomfortable question. Can submarines remain the ultimate invisible deterrent of the Cold War era? Some go further, warning that expensive nuclear submarines, if easily detected, could become billion-dollar coffins. That is only half the picture. The other half is how the United States responds. As rivals develop detection technologies, America accelerates counter-detection. Advanced acoustic coatings, pump jet propulsion to reduce wake, cooling systems to suppress infrared signatures, demagnetization techniques to shrink magnetic profiles. Exercises like ICEX-26 in the Arctic are not just training events. They are live testing environments for the next generation of stealth and sensor systems. At the same time, the United States does not carry this burden alone. Through agreements like AUKUS and expanding cooperation with South Korea, Washington is building an allied submarine industrial network. South Korea commits hundreds of billions of dollars into U.S. shipbuilding while pursuing its own nuclear submarine ambitions. The United Kingdom expands Virginia-class component production in Scotland. Gradually, an industrial arc of submarine power forms, stretching from the United States to Britain to Asia, with America at the center, controlling the core technologies. In the end, What forces strategists in Beijing, Moscow, and other capitals to rethink their assumptions is not how many submarines the United States has. It is how America is rewriting the rules underwater. Manned submarines working alongside swarms of unmanned vehicles, distributed sensors, artificial intelligence, cyber warfare. The seabed is no longer a silent dimension. It is becoming a dynamic, unpredictable battle space. That is the foundation of silent power beneath the oceans. And to understand how this power can be sustained globally, we have to look at the rest of the machine. The massive naval logistics and industrial network no other nation on Earth has ever built. The invisible engine, the unseen power that decides who truly controls the oceans. If aircraft carriers are the symbol and submarines are the blade in the dark, then there is one factor that ultimately decides whether a navy can dominate the seas: logistics, industry, and the speed at which combat power can be regenerated. This is the domain where, in 2025 and 2026, the United States is not merely ahead of the world, it is ahead by an entire strategic generation. Put simply, anyone can build a ship. Only the United States can operate an entire ocean of ships, every day, in every sea, across every hotspot, from the Middle East to the Baltic, from South America to the Pacific. And the reason lies in something the rest of the world has not been able to replicate: budget, global logistics, and a massive defense industrial base. In 2025, U.S. defense spending approaches the $1 trillion mark, larger than the military budgets of China and Russia combined. China spends roughly $247 to just over $314 billion by most estimates. Russia hovers around $130 to $145 billion. The United States spends a massive share on something no other nation truly has: a global logistics system. A system that integrates military and civilian assets, shipping companies, airlines, industrial conglomerates, high-technology firms, all fused into a single operational machine. An American aircraft carrier never sails alone. Behind it stands a network of ports, fuel depots, forward bases, and maintenance hubs across 3 continents. A supply chain that operates continuously. China has only managed to build fragments of this network, mostly in parts of Africa and Cambodia. Russia, for the most part, cannot sustain naval logistics far beyond its immediate borders. The U.S. Navy can move fuel, munitions, spare parts, electronic components, even aircraft and engines across the globe in hours to days. Rivals need weeks or cannot do it at all. And American logistics are not just vast, they are evolving. In 2025 and 2026, a decision shook the defense industry. The U.S. Navy signed a contract worth nearly $500 million with Palantir Technologies to deploy ShipOS, an AI-driven system designed to turn shipyards into optimized, semi-automated production lines. And the results are almost unbelievable. A production process that once took 1,850 days was reduced to 75 days. An inspection step that required 200 hours was cut to 12 seconds. A planning cycle that lasted 2,500 days was eliminated entirely. This is not incremental improvement. This is a fundamental shift in how warships are built, from a slow, heavy industrial process into something far closer to a modern technology pipeline. While China accelerates commercial shipbuilding, but still struggles with military complexity, the United States responds in a way China has not matched. by injecting artificial intelligence into the entire heavy industry chain. At the same time, America did something that surprised the world. It began expanding its factory beyond its own borders. The United States, the United Kingdom, and South Korea are now integrating industrial lines to produce components for Virginia-class submarines and future naval platforms. Rosyth in Scotland manufactures modules for U.S. submarines. The Philadelphia shipyard prepares cooperative naval construction with South Korea, a country investing between $150 and $200 billion into the U.S. shipbuilding sector. No other nation has allies that function as extensions of its warship production line. Then comes the 2026 budget. Nearly 20 new ships in a single year, a number rarely achieved even during the Cold War. Amphibious ships, destroyers, submarines, ocean surveillance vessels, each one a link in a global naval power chain. When you add it all together, a near trillion-dollar budget, logistics spanning 7 strategic regions, an AI-automated defense industry, and an allied industrial network acting as an extended factory, you are not looking at a powerful navy. You are looking at a military ecosystem, one Russia and China cannot even fully model yet. But even a machine of this scale has weaknesses, and in 2025, those cracks became visible. The United States still depends on China for rare earth materials and critical components, from F-35 magnets to semiconductor supply chains. A war in the Pacific would not just be a fight of weapons, it would be a supply chain war. The U.S. Navy is powerful because it can replenish faster than its rivals. But minerals, chips, and critical components are areas where China holds leverage. The United States understands this, and it is investing tens of billions into mining projects, chip fabrication plants, and dependency reduction technologies. Still, this will remain a race with no absolute victory. Yet for now, even facing new challenges, no nation on Earth can project naval power the way the United States does. But on the other side of the equation, an arms race is accelerating, loud, visible, and increasingly dangerous to American sea power. So if someone truly wanted to defeat the U.S. Navy, what would they have to do? That is exactly what we will answer next.
Get rid of the people. Shit.
So, if someone truly wanted to defeat the United States Navy, where would they strike? If there are 2 countries that genuinely seek to break America's dominance at sea, they are China and Russia. Both understand one fundamental truth. Defeating the U.S. Navy is not about sinking an aircraft carrier. It is about breaking the operating structure of a war machine. And to do that, Moscow and Beijing are building new spearheads of attack, not to confront the U.S. Navy head-on, but to disrupt the very model it depends on: sensor networks, command and control, information dominance, and most critically, the undersea domain, where the United States has relied on overwhelming superiority for decades. Russia chooses to strike from the shadows first. Over the past decade, Moscow has poured tens of billions of dollars into Yasin-M and Beret-A, the quietest nuclear submarines Russia has ever built. They are designed to do what Russia does best: find the weakness in an enemy system and wade straight through it. From the deep ocean, long-range cruise missiles like Caliber and Onyx can be launched with little to no warning. And Zircon, the hypersonic missile now being integrated onto Yasin-M, delivers a blunt message. By the time U.S. radar sees it, it is already too late. And that is only the visible part. The most dangerous element is the invisible one, Poseidon, a nuclear-powered autonomous nuclear torpedo with virtually unlimited range and the ability to evade most existing sensors. Analysts still debate its practical battlefield value, but the idea alone, a weapon that can wait silently underwater for weeks, has already forced the United States to rethink coastal defense entirely. On the surface, Russia is reviving legacy platforms with modern technology. Large warships like Admiral Nakhimov, once upgraded, become missile arsenals at sea. The strategy is clear: saturation fire from long range instead of closing distance with the US Navy. China, meanwhile, takes a top-down systems approach. Beijing is not focused only on attacking US ships. It is focused on attacking America's ability to perceive the battlefield. China is developing the JL-3, a submarine-launched ballistic missile with far greater range than its predecessors, long enough for Type 094 and future Type 096 submarines to provide nuclear deterrence without leaving waters close to China. At the same time, airborne early warning aircraft, synthetic aperture radar satellites, and seabed sensor networks are turning the Western Pacific into a zone of continuous observation, a space where any U.S. naval movement can be detected, analyzed, and fed into automated tracking algorithms. China understands something fundamental. To kill an aircraft carrier, speed is not enough. You have to see it first. That is why Beijing invests heavily in YJ-12 and YJ-18, anti-ship missiles that fly fast, dive steeply, and are designed to be difficult to intercept. Combined with anti-ship ballistic missiles, the goal is not a single strike. It is a data storm, an overload scenario designed to saturate U.S. defenses. The real power of China's strategy lies in how it fuses sensors, artificial intelligence, and long-range firepower, turning the ocean into a space with far less concealment than ever before. Quantum sensing, next-generation magnetometers, satellites tracking minute disturbances on the sea surface. All of it drives the world toward a disturbing question. Will the ocean remain a sanctuary for U.S. submarines 20 years from now? Running in parallel is an industrial race where China leads in sheer scale. Type 055 destroyers, Type 054A frigates, Type 075 amphibious assault ships, and plans for a fourth aircraft carrier. China's surface fleet is expanding at a pace the world has not seen since World War II. What matters most is that both Russia and China are rewriting naval strategy by refusing to copy the American model. They are not building 11 supercarriers. They are not forming 9 full carrier strike groups. Instead, they aim to break the U.S. model with technologies that avoid direct confrontation. Deep stealth submarines, hypersonic weapons, underwater drones, aerial drones, distributed sensor networks, and AI-driven data processing that removes humans from the loop.
There you go, right there.
Right, I know, but that right there lets you know, like, how fucking terrified China really is. They don't want no physical fight. They don't want no physical fight. They don't want to fight. They want to fight you at a distance, nigga, in the shadows and hiding in a safe place. They don't want no type of confrontation. They don't even want to They got the biggest military on the world. The biggest military in the world. They don't even want to put boots on the ground. Think about that.
They're in a similar footing. Their population, there's a lot of them, but the population's at a standstill. They're not reproducing, like barely 1%. They're projected to lose about in the next, I would say, I have to look, I think it's like 10 to 15, 20 years. Man, about the 1.4 billion, for half of them going to be like over 70 years old.
I watched a video the other day where they talked about that shit that says China lying about the numbers of how many people.
Right. Man, they said give it about 10, 15 years. They said that shit going to crash all the way down, like less than half, like a third.
They saying they lying about how many people they have because back, I think like 40, 50 years ago, China made that one child rule, remember?
Right, that's what killed them. Right, that's what killed them. Right.
But I'm saying, so how do you go from 100 million people, right, to 2 billion people in 50 years? Y'all can only have that's not possible, bro.
Right.
Do the numbers. Do the math. Like them bitches that have been having quadruplets, all of them.
Yeah, they got the same shit that the Western world's dealing with. Japan, all of them. It's like a curse, reproduction curse, technology curse. That's what happened when you worship technology. You basically commit it's like a genetic suicide curse. And so China's on one of the main countries that's on the brink of that shit. And their shit crazy. India too. India's numbers is about to crash out like China. All of them in trouble. But anyway, so they notice how they all got the similar solution. They all heading towards AI. I guess with China leading the way, according to this news clip. You know,
using that shit.
Right? They're gonna have to do something because none of them gonna simply have the manpower. And then they got to stave us off. It's us. Our shit's growing, like authentically growing, but we don't worship technology like this. You ever heard of people? You know, this is some funny stuff to say. A person that's homeless don't succumb to societal ills per se in a traditional sense, like you would think. We've been outcasted in the Western world system, pretty much. Most would agree in many ways. How we can illustrate that. The guy on the street or whatever. Notice how y'all ever see a motherfucker in your cities or whatever, or through the years, this motherfucker's still alive and shit. Surely this motherfucker should have been dead. Yeah, you been lost all kind of relatives and shit. This motherfucker might be on crack, might have a drug problem, but notice how the motherfucker is still alive and shit, or just homeless and this shit. This motherfucker is still around and shit. They don't have the best health and the best whatever food or whatever. They don't have access to the shit like you do. Enter the militarized, most of the developed world's first class countries or whatever, blah blah blah, have access to the best shit, but yet they dying off first and at the fastest rates. You know what I'm saying? So what they're afraid of is Africa and us here in the States, which is like the neglected stepchild. It's going to be our shit at the end of the day, and I just leave it there. And so they're trying to stave us off by creating these AI robots or whatever, and technology and related fighting paraphernalia. It's really to help maintain their way of life, you know.
Right.
So this ragtag guy who they're scared to death of don't assume power, which we will eventually. It's a matter of time. Yep. You know what I mean, though, brother A1. I mean, brother Anu.
You say what?
You know what I mean by that? Like, you ever see a homeless guy? This motherfucker, he don't got severe diabetes. He ain't had no HIV and all that shit like that. He just simply can't afford to eat good quality meals regularly. You know what I'm saying? He can't take baths regularly. You know. He may not have a lot of money. That's us. We don't have a lot of money like compared to the global elite or whatever in the related populations. We don't eat the food out of us don't eat the food that they eat. Some of us do. You know, it's no absolutes, whatever. Some of us do pretty well, you know, whatever. But it's a collective dude, shit. You know what I'm saying?
If you intend on winning a war, it's kind of important that you have soldiers who are actually willing to fight for you. Apparently, he gave Vladimir Putin that memo. Russia's president believes that he can obscure the brutality of what goes on in Ukraine with offers of massive pay packets. However, even those monetary promises no longer seem to be enough to convince Russia's soldiers to keep fighting. They want to stop, and Putin doesn't seem able to convince them that dying horribly to complete his special military operation is a good idea. Mass surrender has erupted in the Russian army as Putin's troops refuse to fight. Putin is losing control of his own men, which gives Ukraine an important advantage as the war heads into 2026. Back on December 31st, United 24 Media reported on data published by Ukraine's coordination headquarters for the treatment of prisoners of war that flew a little under the radar as 2025 came to an end. That data showed that a remarkable number of Russian soldiers have been captured since Putin launched his full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and even more interestingly, 2025 has brought with it the highest number of surrenders to date. How many Russian soldiers have been captured by Ukraine? More than 10,000 and counting in a little under 4 years, which is a number so massive that it begs the question of why it's happening. We'll cover some of the answers to that question throughout the video. However, perhaps the biggest answer is that Ukraine has set up a project designed to enable Russia's soldiers to submit themselves for capture, no matter where they are on the front lines. That program is called I Want to Live, and it's one of the many examples of creativity.
Exactly. I don't want to interrupt.
I Want to Live makes a very attractive offer to
Just want to put that on the record.
who wants to get out of the war. You can visit the I Want to Live project on its own website, where you'll immediately see that it offers multiple lines of communication that a Russian soldier could open up with the program. Among those lines is a chatbot available directly on the website, along with a link to a Telegram channel and a Contact Us page that a soldier can use to send messages to their potential Ukrainian captors. Therein lies the genius of the entire concept. Ukraine isn't only offering peaceful surrender to Russia's forces, it's also making it as easy as possible for Putin's soldiers to throw in the towel. All it takes is a quick message, and the wheels are set in motion. I Want to Live also makes plenty of promises to the surrendering soldiers, with full compliance with the Geneva Conventions on the treatment of prisoners being front and center. That treatment alone is better than what many of Russia's soldiers receive in their own military, making surrender an even more enticing proposition. The soldiers are also promised detention in decent conditions, along with 3 meals daily, medical care, and the ability to contact their families. Sensationalistic, though not necessarily untrue, reports in December have claimed that some Russian troops are so hungry that they've plotted to eat their comrades, which tells you what you need to know about the food situation for Russia's military in Ukraine. It's not good, and I Want to Live takes advantage of that fact. The program also offers the captured soldiers a voluntary route back into Russia by way of prisoner exchange programs, or if the soldier prefers, an opportunity to seek shelter in Ukraine or another European country once the war is over. In other words, some Russians are not only surrendering, but they're surrendering so hard that they escape Putin's clutches altogether. In fact, it was I Want to Live that publicized the data that United 24 Media shared in a Telegram post that highlights the growing trend towards surrender among Putin's fighting forces. The number of Russians surrendering is increasing year after year. In 2025 alone, more Russian servicemen were captured than in 2022 and 2023 combined, the Telegram statement read. On average, 60 to 90 Russian armed forces servicemen surrender weekly, reaching 350 per week in August 2024. Since June 2023, Russian soldiers have consistently been captured more often than Ukrainian servicemen in Russian captivity.
That's wild.
Data. And there's plenty more where that came from. Some of the numbers shared by the project reveal what were previously rumors about the state of Russia's military are actually true. We'll start with the demographic data. According to United 24 Media, the overwhelming majority of those captured, around 83%, are rank-and-file soldiers. These are typically going to be infantry and other low-ranking soldiers whose jobs will usually be to charge headfirst at Ukraine's drones while desperately hoping that they might survive. Only 13% of those captured were non-commissioned officers, with a minuscule 3% being officers. Not all of the soldiers will have volunteered to be captured, by the way. So what we're seeing here is that Russia rarely places officers in a position to get captured, instead preferring to let the cannon fodder, use an unsympathetic but not inaccurate term, put themselves in Ukraine's firing lines. It gets more interesting. A surprising number of the captured soldiers don't come from Russia. About 7% of the 10,000 captured, which amounts to around 700, have been identified as foreign mercenaries contracted from 40 different countries. Between 2 and 3 new foreign fighters are being discovered weekly, United 24 Media adds. Contract soldiers in general make up a large portion of the capture numbers. About 76% of those captured are contract soldiers, many of whom have come from Russia's prisons or private military companies. Mobilized individuals account for 19% of the captures, and conscripts, who Putin claimed would not be sent into battle when he started his war, make up about 5% of the captures. It looks like Putin was lying. If you have legs and you can hold a gun, you're good enough to die in Ukraine. In interviews with captured soldiers, Ukraine has also discovered that Russia engages in deceitful and sometimes coercive campaigns to recruit soldiers. Furthermore, many of those soldiers have criminal backgrounds or histories that would otherwise make them vulnerable to lucrative contracts that the Kremlin waves in their faces. Almost a quarter of the 10,000 captured soldiers reported that they were coerced or misled into joining Russia's military. That alone is revealing. It tells us that about 1 in 4 Russian soldiers really don't want to be where they are because they were forced to be there or lied to about where they were going. For a leader who demands unquestioning loyalty from his soldiers, Putin certainly seems to be keen on giving them as many reasons they can find to abandon his cause, starting with hiring them when they don't even want to be part of that cause.
I wonder
Putin
how
also
much the
favors
story,
the
how much
criminally
this
inclined,
documentary
with 40% of those captured having criminal
is
records
based in
for offenses that range from
propaganda,
theft, assault,
Western
drug-related
propaganda.
offenses to homicide. Around 38% of the captured soldiers were
I was
unemployed
kind of
before
going
they
with him
found their
in
way
some
into the
parts, but
Russian
I'm kind of, he's
military.
kind of getting a little out
30%
there.
hadn't
Some they're
completed high
tricky
school,
people, I'm
and
telling
only
you.
7% held higher
They
education
don't want to be
degrees.
there.
We're starting to get a picture of the Russian
Which could
recruitment
be
strategy.
true, you know, not,
Using
you know,
coercion
no,
and
absolutely,
lies,
not, you
Putin
know,
is
but
recruiting what could be
okay.
considered among the most
I mean,
vulnerable
he's
in
going a
Russian
little
society.
extra.
He focuses on the poorly educated, perhaps because he believes that this segment of people is more likely to sign up for the rubles because they won't be able to earn anything like what the Russian military offers any other way.
Dude is going
As for
off on the
criminals, they have
Russians
the
as
choice of staying
constituency.
in jail or heading to Ukraine. And this implies a
Damn,
lot about Russia's correctional facilities that so many are
he's just
choosing
doing it because they know
Ukraine.
they can do better.
Then there are the
Like,
sick.
damn, man.
Ukrainian officials say hundreds of those captured also suffer from chronic health conditions, including HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, diabetes, and mental illnesses, United 24 media reported.
Niggas
Mentioned earlier
mentally,
that these
they
statistics
recruit mentally
confirm a
ill.
lot of
Russian
past rumors
Russian
about
recruiting
reports
forces
of the
have
Russian
no
military.
honor.
For
Like,
instance, the
damn, bro.
Telegraph reported back in September 2025 that Dmytro
I mean,
Shmylo of the
he
Ukrainian
really going
Security
in
and
on these
Cooperation Center had revealed that Russia was using sick soldiers to assault the embattled city of Pokrovsk. Those
Putin sick. That nigga throwing all the sick and injured people.
I just caught wind of that shit. Like, wait a minute, what is doing?
That nigga,
chemical warfare.
Was that a mentally challenged, homeless, the sick? What? I'm like, damn, prisoners and shit, like, tricking people and shit.
that man separating the wheat from the tar. That nigga doing God's work.
Right?
Oh, I see it funny as a motherfucker.
Man, I just called it. I was there cracking up at the gym, dying. Like, wait a minute, dude is going off and shit.
Dude clown.
soldiers often have the diseases mentioned in the I want to live provided figures, and they're even forced to wear armbands that identify them as, for want of a better word, infected soldiers that Russia can use as cannon fodder in its assaults. The infected units are equipped similarly to other Russian military units. In fact, the level of provision is identical and quite low, Milo told the Telegraph in September, adding, "The only difference from the healthy military personnel of the Russian Federation is the various markings of the infected, namely the presence of special bandages. As for the undereducated that Putin's recruiters seem to target, their inclusion in such high numbers in the capture figures is indicative of what the BBC called Russia's transformation of war into a social ladder. In January 2025, the outlet noted that financial incentives have been Russia's main recruitment tool. Recruits at the time were being offered advance payments that were 450% higher than they had been previously, along with wages up to 600% higher than the average Russian income. That's a pretty tempting carrot on the end of the Russian stick. Putin just doesn't tell those on the lower rungs of Russia's social ladder that the stick tends to lead them into the path of Ukraine's drones. Russia's leader completes the deception by positioning service in the Russian military as the chance for the soldiers to take their place among the elite of the country's society. For both the undereducated and criminal elements that make up such huge portions of Ukraine's reported captures, that's a very tempting proposition. We will certainly continue to rely on such people in the future. They are the true, genuine, and authentic elite and pride of the country, the BBC reports Putin is saying in December 2024. Is it any wonder why so many who fall into the categories we've covered earlier sign up? When your alternative is life in near or abject poverty, a Russian prison cell or a slow death due to a disease, massive payday and the promise of being one of the elites of Russian society is huge. It's also likely a lie,
the British accent.
demonstrated by
It's
the
no
fact that
wonder.
1.22 million of Russia's soldiers have become casualties of Putin's war, including the 10,000 or so Ukraine reports that it's captured. You can't become elite when you have a bullet in your head or you've been blown up by a Ukrainian drone. We also touched on Russia's use of foreign fighters earlier. It seems that Putin is more than happy to leave those foreign fighters, along with injured soldiers, out to dry once he's used them for his purposes. United 24 media reports that the data shared indicates that Russia tends to prioritize ethnic Russians, who have only been in captivity for a short period and have no serious injuries when arranging prisoner exchanges. The wounded aren't worth the effort for Putin, as they can't be sent back to the front lines. And if that seems like a harsh assessment, United 24 media says that Ukrainian officials have reported that at least 237 prisoners of war, or POWs, who have returned to Russia have ended up dying or have been reported missing in Ukraine after being redeployed. Another 4 have been captured for a second time, suggesting a consistent pattern of Russia taking back only its healthy-ish soldiers and then sending them back out to die. As for the foreign fighters, they seem to have little chance of returning to Russia, even if they want to. And that offers a perfect example of what Putin really thinks.
That's fucked up, Putin, bruh. Nigga get captured, go through all that shit, he gets sent back, and you throw that bitch nigga right back on the front line. Like, I mean,
damn, patch it, right?
I mean,
right, patch him up, send him right back out.
Yeah, you don't think he, I think he probably need to chill for a second. You know what I mean?
Right.
Straight to the front line. Meat grinder time.
It's about the soldiers from outside of Russia who are signing up for his war. As Australia's ABC News reported in December, Russia has been working hard to get these foreign fighters to sign up. It's using social media campaigns, offering the same types of massive pay available to contract soldiers in Russia, and even dangling the prospect of Russian citizenship in front of foreign fighters. The end of 2025 has seen Russia try to close a growing manpower gap with this foreign recruitment. ABC News reports that defense tech company Open Minds says that a third of the contract announcements the Russian government now posts is aimed at foreign people. The number of those posts hit around 4,500 per month by mid-2025, having previously hovered around the 100 mark a year and a half before. That tells us a lot about Putin's manpower situation. His own citizens are starting to wise up to what really awaits them in Ukraine, or there simply aren't enough ethnic Russians left for Putin to churn through, at least from the categories of people that Russian recruiters like to target. So foreign fighters it is. And those foreigners are in for a rude awakening once they reach Ukraine. Russia's refusal to take them back in prisoner exchanges is a blessing when compared to the fates that have befallen other non-Russian soldiers in the country's military. 3 squares, a bed, and the ability to call home is heaven compared to becoming meat for the meat grinder. According to a January 12th report in The Telegraph, Russia has now taken to press-ganging African people into becoming part of the Russian military, at which point they are sent on kamikaze missions. According to Ukraine's ambassador in South Africa, Alexander Sherba, Russia's treatment of its South African contract soldiers is indicative of Putin's disdain for all of the soldiers that Russia hires from the continent. There might be all kinds of
that's because they have a manpower issues.
But once an African person comes to this war, they just become meat for the meat grinder.
Whether it's Russia, whether it's Russia, any of them, pretty much. Whatever side we're dealing with, they're all having manpower issues except us.
A resource to be exploited.
They just don't want to utilize us because we've seen what happened in American history. American military history has shown what we can do if given a chance. So we're technically considered quote unquote the homeless or the second class citizens.
Capture by Ukraine is
and we shined every time.
This imperialistic
and then they train you. They don't want to train our asses
as much as it does in the country's upper echelons. The Telegraph says that one video published on January 11th
in some cases we
African soldiers singing a song in their native language in a snow-covered forest. The Russian soldier filming the events comments, "Look how many disposables there are," before claiming that the soldiers will be singing differently once they're deployed to the front lines. That's a callousness that can't be excused by the fog of war, and it seems to come right from the top. The Russian soldiers that Ukraine has captured reveal patterns of coercion, deception, and outright loathing of the very people that Putin is sending to fight his war. That's no way to boost morale. The saddest thing is that Putin isn't looking for high morale. He wants unquestioning loyalty in return for the money that Russia offers, with that loyalty extending to a Russian soldier being willing to die when he commands it. Over 10,000 and counting either aren't willing or have been captured while trying. Many more are likely to follow if I Want to Live's claim that Ukraine captured more Russian soldiers in 2025 than in 2022 and 23 combined is anything to go by. That's another pattern. More of Russia's soldiers are ending up in Ukraine's custody, suggesting more than ever before are willing to raise the white flag to escape the horrors to which Putin subjects them. So we've seen the figures, and we know that Russian soldiers are surrendering at an incredible rate. But what does all of this mean for Ukraine? For one, every surrendering soldier amounts to the loss of somebody that Putin is paying handsomely and is relying upon to take part in assaults on Ukraine's defenses. Interfax reports that the largest numbers of Russian prisoners have been captured in the Pokrovsk and Bakhmut district of the Donetsk region, along with the Kursk region and the Pololi district of Zaporizhia. These are all regions where Russia has sustained massive losses in its fight against Ukraine, and surrendering soldiers have only exacerbated those losses by weakening the assaults that Russia launches. There's another interesting point here. Russia is the force that is on the offensive in Ukraine. That's an obvious statement, but it casts into an even harsher light Ukraine's revelation that it's now capturing more of Russia's soldiers than Russia is capturing Ukraine's troops. That shouldn't be happening. It's typically the offensive force that makes the majority of captures,
Right.
because that force is supposed to be
Right.
working to take territory and encircle troops. Russia's maneuvers are so poor that its soldiers consistently fail to isolate Ukraine's defensive forces. Often the attacking Russians get caught in traps of Ukraine's design or establish weak footholds that end up being encircled themselves, leading to captures. Ukraine also gains leverage from this volume of Russian surrenders. It knows that very well, which is why I Want to Live exists in the first place. The Irregular Warfare Initiative even goes so far as to call that campaign a form of psychological warfare for the modern era. By replacing traditional PSYOP or psychological operations methods with mobile technology and social media, Ukraine can now reach enemy soldiers through smartphones in their hands, aiming to stoke fear, spread confusion, and encourage surrender, the outlet says. In other words, Ukraine is using technology to plant the seeds of the idea of surrendering in Russian heads that may not have previously realized that surrender was an option, never mind one that could see them treated better than they're treated by their own officers and commanders. On the leverage front, capturing as many Russian soldiers as possible also means that
They're like,
Ukraine
give
can
up
bring
now. We
back
got
large
3
numbers of
hops
its
in the
own
cot so
troops
you can
when
give up
prisoner
right now.
exchanges happen. Such was the case in January
Come on down the
2024,
street.
when
Meet us
Ukraine
there
was
tomorrow
able to bring
morning, 6 o'clock.
230 of its captured
You and
soldiers
boys.
home in exchange
Better
for
put your hands behind your
240
back.
POWs who were returned to Russia. There's also information to consider. Every captured or surrendering Russian soldier knows something. Ukraine can learn about the intricacies or lack thereof of Russian training methods from the rank-and-file troops that it's capturing. It might also learn about supply shortages in the sectors from which the soldiers were captured, or how large basic training classes were, both of which can give Ukraine an idea of what it can expect from Russia's future assaults. On the rarer occasions that an officer is taken as a POW, Ukraine could even learn about entire operations that it can then counter. The intelligence alone is important enough for programs like I Want to Live to justify their own existence. The damage that data shared by that organization and Ukraine's coordination headquarters for the treatment of prisoners of war does to the impression of Russia as a competent fighting force is a nice little bonus. Putin can't afford for so many of his soldiers to be surrendering to Ukraine. Russia already has a host of manpower problems, the biggest of which is that Ukraine is now killing more of Russia's soldiers than the country is replacing through its recruitment. Something big has broken in Russia, and that's a problem that is helping to loosen Putin's grip on his own military. Find out more in our video, and remember to subscribe to the Military Show for more coverage of the many problems that pervade in Putin's army. And thank you for watching. If you intend on winning a war, it's kind of important that you have soldiers who are actually willing to fight for you. Apparently, nobody gave Vladimir Putin that memo. Russia's president believes that he can obscure the brutality of what goes on in Ukraine with offers of massive pay packets. However, even those monetary promises no longer seem to be enough to convince Russia's soldiers to keep fighting. They want to stop, and Putin doesn't seem able to convince them that dying horribly to complete his special military operation is a good idea. Mass surrender has erupted in the Russian army as Putin's troops refuse to fight. Putin is losing control of his own men, which gives Ukraine an important advantage as the war heads into 2026. Back on December 31st, United 24 Media reported on data published by Ukraine's coordination headquarters for the treatment of prisoners of war that flew a little under the radar as 2025 came to an end. That data showed that a remarkable number of Russian soldiers have been captured since Putin launched his full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and even more interestingly, 2025 has brought with it the highest number of surrenders to date. How many Russian soldiers have been captured by Ukraine? More than 10,000 and counting in a little under 4 years, which is a number so massive that it begs the question of why it's happening. We'll cover some of the answers to that question throughout the video. However, perhaps the biggest answer is that Ukraine has set up a project designed to enable Russia's soldiers to submit themselves for capture, no matter where they are on the front lines. That program is called I Want to Live, and it's one of the many examples of creativity that Ukraine has showcased ever since Putin started his expansionist war. I Want to Live makes a very attractive offer to a Russian soldier who wants to get out of the war. You can visit the I Want to Live project on its own website, where you'll immediately see that it offers multiple lines of communication that a Russian soldier could open up with the program. Among those lines is a chatbot available directly on the website, along with a link to a Telegram channel and a Contact Us page that a soldier can use to send messages to their potential Ukrainian captors. Therein lies the genius of the entire concept. Ukraine isn't only offering peaceful surrender to Russia's forces, it's also making it as easy as possible for Putin's soldiers to throw in the towel. All it takes is a quick message, and the wheels are set in motion. I Want to Live also makes plenty of promises to the surrendering soldiers, with full compliance with the Geneva Conventions on the treatment of prisoners being front and center. That treatment alone is better than what many of Russia's soldiers receive in their own military, making surrender an even more enticing proposition. The soldiers are also promised detention in decent conditions, along with 3 meals daily, medical care, and the ability to contact their families. Sensationalistic, though not necessarily untrue, reports in December have claimed that some Russian troops are so hungry that they've plotted to eat their comrades, which tells you what you need to know about the food situation for Russia's military in Ukraine. It's not good, and I Want to Live takes advantage of that fact. The program also offers
Did you guys hear the part when they say it's going to consider eating their comrades? They're not tripping when they say that.
Or if the soldier prefers, an opportunity to seek shelter in Ukraine or another European country once the war is over. In other words, some Russians are not only surrendering, but they're surrendering so hard that they escape Putin's clutches altogether. In fact, it was I Want to Live that publicized the data that United 24 Media shared in a Telegram post that highlights the growing trend towards surrender among Putin's fighting forces. The number of Russians surrendering is increasing year after year. In 2025 alone, more Russian servicemen were captured than in 2022 and 2023 combined, the Telegram statement read. On average, 60 to 90 Russian armed forces servicemen surrender weekly, reaching 350 per week in August 2024. Since June 2023, Russian soldiers have consistently been captured more often than Ukrainian servicemen in Russian captivity. This is interesting data, and there's plenty more where that came from. Some of the numbers shared by the project reveal that what were previously rumors about the state of Russia's military are actually true. We'll start with the demographic data. According to United 24 Media, the overwhelming majority of those captured, around 83%, are rank-and-file soldiers. These are typically going to be infantry and other low-ranking soldiers whose jobs will usually be to charge headfirst at Ukraine's drones while desperately hoping that they might survive. Only 13% of those captured were non-commissioned officers, with a minuscule 3% being officers. Not all of the soldiers will have volunteered to be captured, by the way. So what we're seeing here is that Russia rarely places officers in a position to get captured, instead preferring to let the cannon fodder, use an unsympathetic but not inaccurate term, put themselves in Ukraine's firing lines. It gets more interesting. A surprising number of the captured soldiers don't come from Russia. About 7% of the 10,000 captured, which amounts to around 700, have been identified as foreign mercenaries contracted from 40 different countries. Between 2 and 3 new foreign fighters are being discovered weekly, United 24 Media adds. Contract soldiers in general make up a large portion of the capture numbers. About 76% of those captured are contract soldiers, many of whom have come from Russia's prisons or private military companies. Mobilized individuals account for 19% of the captures, and conscripts, who Putin claimed would not be sent into battle when he started his war, make up about 5% of the captures. It looks like Putin was lying. If you have legs and you can hold a gun, you're good enough to die in Ukraine. In interviews with captured soldiers, Ukraine has also discovered that Russia engages in deceitful and sometimes coercive campaigns to recruit soldiers. Furthermore, many of those soldiers have criminal backgrounds or histories that would otherwise make them vulnerable to lucrative contracts that the Kremlin waves in their faces. Almost a quarter of the 10,000 captured soldiers reported that they were coerced or misled into joining Russia's military.
It's repeating.
That alone is revealing. It tells us that about 1 in 4 Russian soldiers really don't want to be where they are because they were forced to be there or lied to about where they were going. For a leader who demands unquestioning loyalty from his soldiers, Putin certainly seems to be keen on giving them as many reasons they can find to abandon his cause, starting with hiring them when they don't even want to be part of that cause. Putin also favors the criminally inclined, with 40% of those captured having criminal records for offenses that range from theft, assault, drug-related offenses to homicide. Around 38% of the captured soldiers were unemployed before they found their way into the Russian military.
If we played this part already.
Yeah, he sure did.
Dude start running back how Putin was a crook and recruiting prisoners.
That's crazy.
My man can't stand the red curtain.
The fantasy of a hostile foreign nation launching a full-scale invasion of the United States has been a common trope in fiction now for decades. And while the idea of a foreign power invading the United States has been around since the nation's founding, The modern fictional trend of depicting a foreign invasion of the country sort of dates back to the release of the movie Red Dawn in 1984, which depicts a joint Soviet, Cuban, Nicaraguan, and Mexican ground invasion of the United States over the Mexican border after Mexico undergoes a communist revolution that installs a Marxist government in power there that grants the Soviets military access. While its remake that came out decades later in 2012 somewhat more implausibly depicts a joint North Korean-Russian invasion and occupation of the US West Coast instead. The idea has also been a fairly common trope in recent video games, with Call of Duty's Modern Warfare 2 released in 2009 and its sequel Modern Warfare 3 that released in 2011, both depicting a massive Russian invasion and occupation of the entire US East Coast. A feat that stretched the imagination even back then, a decade before Russia's struggling invasion of Ukraine began. There's also the video game Homefront that released in 2011 that depicts a successful North Korean invasion and occupation of the western US. And then there's also the many Fallout games that in the build-up to global nuclear war depicts a full-scale Chinese invasion of Alaska from across the Bering Strait. But obviously, as interesting as all of these fictional scenarios are, we all know deep down that the United States could never actually become the target of a hostile foreign invasion. We all know that the United States is separated from any major rival by two vast oceans. And we all know that the US military is dramatically more powerful than any rival is. We've all been watching how terrible the Russian invasion of Ukraine has been going for the past 2+ years now. And that's a country that's directly next door to Russia that has thousands of kilometers worth of land borders, let alone what an invasion of a much bigger country over on the other side of the world would look like. We all generally know that a big foreign invasion of the United States is impossible. But what most of us don't really appreciate is just how utterly, laughably impossible it actually is when you really start digging into the specifics of it. And I will argue in this video that even if the entire rest of the outside world combined joined all of their populations and military assets to cooperate on a mission to invade and conquer the United States, it would still be completely impossible for them to all actually pull it off. And here are all of the many, many reasons why that's the case. First of all, any attempted invasion of the United States would have to immediately encounter the American nuclear defense strategy and doctrine, which all on its own would immediately halt any invasion attempt from the outside world. You see, the United States utilizes a nuclear triad defense doctrine, a three-legged strategy that involves land-based, sea-based, and air-based nuclear weapons scattered all across the world that would be logistically impossible for anyone, no matter how strong, to fully eliminate before the United States could retaliate. The land-based leg of America's nuclear triad is represented by the hundreds of hardened nuclear ICBM launch silos that the country operates and maintains across the Great Plains in the states of Montana, North Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado, deep within the interior of the country, thousands of miles away from any beachhead landing site that an invading army could potentially attack from. There are around 450 total ICBM silo locations scattered all across all of these territories, but only around 400 of the silos actually contain the missiles, leaving around 50 of them behind as decoys to disrupt any potential first strike on them and waste an attacker's time. Under normal circumstances, the US President and the Secretary of Defense have direct, reliable, and almost instant contact with each of the ICBM launch crews. The launch control facilities for each of these missile silos are located at the 3 different military bases nearby to each of the silo clusters. If, when under attack, contact between these ground-based launch control centers and the remote missile launch facilities is lost, specially designed E-6B airborne launch control center aircraft will automatically assume the command and control of the missiles from the air, from within the interior of the country that will maintain direct contact with the president. Which means that even if an enemy was somehow able to neutralize all 3 military bases and their command centers at once in the middle of Montana, North Dakota, and Wyoming, they would still have to contend with somehow shooting down all of these planes as well. Were an invading enemy to fail, each of the hundreds of ICBMs that America parks underground across these hundreds of silos pack enough destructive force to blow up an entire city. And they have an operating range of approximately 14,000 kilometers, enabling them to strike virtually all major population centers across the Americas, Eurasia, Oceania, and most of northern Africa if they wanted to, leaving only southern Africa and Western Australia outside of America's ICBM range. And even if you were somehow able to avoid or neutralize all of these hundreds of land-based ICBMs, you'd still have to deal with the sea-based leg of America's nuclear triad as well. The United States maintains a fleet of 14 Ohio-class strategic submarines that can be armed with submarine-launched ballistic missiles carrying nuclear warheads. 8 of these nuclear-armed strategic missile submarines are home-ported in Bangor, Washington, nearby to Seattle, while the other 6 are home-ported in Kings Bay, Georgia, nearby to Jacksonville. providing the U.S. strategic submarine fleet with major bases of operations in both the Pacific and the Atlantic. Each of these strategic submarines are powered by an advanced nuclear reactor on board, which enables the subs to operate effectively indefinitely without the need to ever refuel. This is how, on average, each of the subs will spend about 77 days continually at sea and underwater out on patrol, followed by around 35 days back at port in either Georgia or Washington for maintenance before going back out on patrol again. Because of this rotating cycle of patrol and maintenance, the U.S. Navy maintains around 8 of these strategic missile submarines scattered all around the world's oceans at any given time, 365 days a year. Their exact locations while out on patrol beneath the ocean at any given time is a closely guarded top secret, which is the whole point of them. They could be anywhere at any time, and a major attack on the United States would have to consider that. Each of these 8 or so strategic submarines that are constantly out on patrol are armed with around 20 Trident II D5 ballistic missiles that contain multiple independently targeted nuclear warheads on board. The missile's exact range is classified, but it's estimated to be somewhere around 12,000 kilometers or more, and they're so accurate, they can hit their intended targets within only 100 meters from all that distance away. Each one of these strategic missile submarines packs enough apocalyptic firepower to destroy an entire country, and there are always 8 of them permanently deployed around the world at all times in unknown locations that any attacker of the United States would also somehow have to deal with. You'd have to somehow find and eliminate all 8 of these nuclear submarines that could be located literally anywhere across any of Earth's oceans before they could fire their missiles, which would sort of be like trying to find 8 needles across 3 haystacks, each the size of a city. And if the sea and land-based legs of America's nuclear triad weren't enough, there's also the air-based leg of the triad that any attacker would have to contend with as well. The U.S. military stores hundreds of nuclear bombs across several of their overseas military bases abroad, including across 6 of their bases in Europe, ranging from Kleine-Brogel in Belgium, to Volkel in the Netherlands, Buchel in Germany, Getty and Aviano both in Italy, and at Incirlik in Turkey. U.S. strategic bombers stationed at these European bases can be quickly armed with nuclear bombs and given orders to take off for strategic strikes. While almost certainly, the United States also stores nuclear bombs at another one of their overseas military bases on a small island here called Diego Garcia, in the middle of the Indian Ocean, where American strategic bombers can sortie out from and attack targets rapidly anywhere around the rim of the Indian Ocean, putting locations like Western Australia and Southern Africa that are out of range of American ICBMs to being within range of American strategic bombers. Combined, the land, sea, and air-based legs of America's nuclear triad put the entire world into the range of American nuclear firepower, which means that in order for an enemy to avoid an overwhelming U.S. nuclear response, an invader would have to somehow eliminate every single component of the entire triad. From all of the hundreds of missile silos in their command centers across the interior of the country, deep within North America, to all 8 of the submarines operating at secret locations across the world's oceans and their bases on opposite ends of the country, to all of the nuclear bomb storage sites and their air bases dotted all across Europe and on the other side of the world in the dead center of the Indian Ocean. Dismantling all of this would require worldwide logistical coordination and support to have any hope of success already, and it's probably just an impossible feat to accomplish on its own. And in addition to America's advanced offensive capabilities with firing their nukes at enemies, there's also America's advanced defensive capabilities with intercepting and destroying incoming enemy nuclear attacks as well. You see, there are only 7 countries in the entire world outside of the United States that are known to possess nuclear-armed ICBMs in their arsenals: the United Kingdom, France, Russia, Israel, India, China, and North Korea. And the only states out of that narrow list that are actually potentially hostile to the United States are Russia, China, and North Korea. But even if every single ICBM-armed country was hostile to the United States, they would all still have a difficult time with getting all of their missiles through into the United States without inviting a U.S. retaliatory strike that would destroy them all as well. Every nuclear ICBM-armed power is located within the Northern Hemisphere, and all of them besides for the United States are also located in the Eastern Hemisphere, which means that if any of them were to fire their missiles at the United States, the shortest distance for them to take would be by flying over the Arctic Circle and Canada first. The US, of course, has been well aware of this dynamic for decades now, which is why the country maintains an advanced early missile warning system called the Solid State Phased Array Radar System, or SSPAR. The whole network maintains systems bases at 5 geographically separate locations that roughly covers the entire continental United States by early warning radar and space surveillance, with bases within or near to the Arctic Circle in the UK, northwestern Greenland, and central Alaska, and additional bases for Pacific and Atlantic coverage based at Beale, California, and at Cape Cod, Massachusetts, all of which work together to alert the United States of any potential ICBM approaches hours before they actually strike, giving Washington plenty of time to plan out a retaliatory strike. But okay, let's just assume that for whatever reason, nuclear weapons aren't being used in an invasion of the United States, and America's nuclear arsenal has been either successfully destroyed or it's been decided to not use it. A massive ground invasion of the US mainland, even if carried out by the entire outside world combined, still wouldn't work out for the following reasons. First of all is America's vast and interconnected defense alliance network with dozens of other countries from all around the globe. As of 2024, the United States maintains legally binding mutual defense pacts with 53 different countries from all around the world, spanning all the countries in NATO, including big countries like Canada, Spain, the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Poland, Sweden, and Turkey. The Rio Treaty in the Americas that includes big countries like Brazil, Colombia, and Argentina, the ANZUS Treaty with Australia and New Zealand, and more individual defense treaties that have been crafted with Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and Thailand. Out of the top 40 countries in the world by annual military spending after the United States, 23 of them are legally obliged to come to America's defense during an attack or invasion scenario. And that's on top of the estimated 750 or so US military bases that are dotted all across the world that harshly contain any potential American geopolitical rival. Russia is surrounded by NATO countries in the west and by Japan and South Korea in the east. China and North Korea, meanwhile, are heavily contained by American military bases in the region and by America's regional allies in the first island chain, Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines, and to a lesser degree by Taiwan and Thailand, while Iran is similarly constrained by American military bases to their south and west. In order for anyone to carry out a successful invasion of the United States, hundreds of these overseas US military bases with tens of thousands of US troops at them would all have to somehow be neutralized first, while America's massive defensive alliance system that spans around the world would also have to somehow be dissolved or neutralized too, just in order to prevent most of the other most powerful countries in the world from assisting the US. And then, even if an outside power was able to somehow do all of that and unite the entire world against America, they would still have to contend with the sheer power of the US armed forces themselves, which, all on their own, even without any allies, are virtually unchallengeable. And that's because the US Air Force, and especially the US Navy, are truly in a league of their own on a global scale. In terms of naval assets, other than France, the United States is the only country in the world that operates nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. And while France only has one of these nuclear-powered carriers, the United States currently has 11 of them. There are 27 aircraft carriers currently in service worldwide across every country's navy. And all of them outside of the American and French navies are powered with traditional diesel or gasoline fuel. This enables America's carriers to hypothetically run continually without the need to refuel themselves for up to 25 years. With the need to find a port to refuel for oil eliminated, the only limiting factors for a US carrier deployment are shore leave and food stores. And food stores can be provided by helicopters to the carrier if they really don't want to stop at a port and extend their mission length. 40% of all the operating aircraft carriers in the world right now are within the US Navy alone, while 77% of all the world's aircraft carriers belong to the US and America's treaty allies in NATO, plus Japan and Thailand. And none of the other carriers besides that single one controlled by France can match American nuclear propulsion technology, which greatly limits their power projection capabilities. China and Russia, arguably America's two biggest geopolitical rivals at the moment, have but 4 aircraft carriers between them. Moreover, none of the other world's aircraft carriers can compete against the sheer size of the American carrier fleet either. America's aircraft carriers are divided right now between older Nimitz-class carriers that have been in service since 1975 and newer Gerald R. Ford-class carriers that have only begun entering into service since 2017, and which represent the largest warships that humanity has ever built. Each of America's 11 nuclear-powered carriers that are currently in service can carry more than 80 fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters on board, including dozens of modern F-35 fighter jets, meaning that a single one of America's carriers wields an air component that is more powerful than most countries' entire air forces are. Put all together, America's 11 carriers have enough aircraft between them to make them the 13th largest air force in the world by numbers alone, with more aircraft than are even in Britain's Royal Air Force that can be exported anywhere in the world. And because America's aircraft carriers are just so much bigger than the rest of the world's carriers are, the deck space on all 11 of them is literally more than double the deck space available of all the other aircraft carriers in the world combined. So far, the largest, most advanced, and capable aircraft carrier ever built outside of the United States is believed to be the Fujian, which was only launched by the Chinese People's Liberation Army Navy just a few months before I made this video in May of 2024. Nevertheless, the Fujian is still only powered by conventional diesel, which means that its range is severely limited and largely restricted to just operating near to the Chinese coast. And it can only store a complement of 50-plus aircraft on board compared to the 80-plus that can be stored on board American carriers. Even if the Fujian and every single other operating aircraft carrier in the world right now outside of the US Navy join forces to launch an all-out invasion of the US, they would, A, almost all struggle to even get nearby to the US shores in the first place because all of them, besides the French carrier, would need oil and port refueling sites to keep them going. And there aren't too many friendly options for them around the US mainland. And B, they would only be capable of carrying around 560 aircraft split between fixed-wing craft and helicopters to the US shores, which is, frankly, pathetic compared to America's amphibious expeditionary capabilities that number nearly 900 aircraft across their carriers. And this is a big reason why even the entire outside world combined doesn't even have a fraction of the ability to project force around the world like the United States does, and why any potential invader of the US would struggle immensely with even transporting any meaningful air power to North America at all. And then, if the carriers weren't enough, there's also America's submarine fleet for any potential invader to consider as well. In addition to America's fleet of 14 strategic missile submarines that carry their nuclear weapons, the country has 50 advanced nuclear-powered attack submarines within its fleet as well, which are designed to stealthily seek out and destroy enemy submarines and surface vessels, and to project power with onboard Tomahawk cruise missiles and special operations forces. Numerically speaking, the rest of the world has significantly more submarines than the United States does, with Russia and China each having a similar number of total subs as America does, and the rest of the world having several dozen more. But, just like with America's fleet of advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, all of America's submarines, including all of their attack subs, are powered by onboard nuclear reactors, while most of the rest of the world's submarines are still powered by diesel-electric propulsion. Nuclear-powered submarines are much more militarily advantageous than diesel subs are, because they're more independent and less reliant on ports since they don't need any fuel to keep themselves running for decades. They're also quieter, faster, and they can literally operate for months at a time continually underwater, while diesel-electric submarines can only remain submerged beneath the water for a few days at a time. They need to locate friendly ports to refuel themselves, their engines are louder and easier to detect, and they're slower. Meaning, the nuclear-powered subs are just much better at remaining hidden and attacking enemies with surprise and traveling over longer distances. There's also only 5 other countries besides the United States that currently operate nuclear-powered submarines, with Russia having the most of them at only 31, less than half the total that the US operates, while China only has 12 of them. In fact, all of the other countries' nuclear submarine fleets combined only roughly match the number of nuclear submarines in the American fleet, while America's nuclear submarines are considered to be significantly more advanced, with the current acting commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, Admiral Samuel Papero, stating that he believes American submarine technology is at least one entire generation, or about 10 to 20 years, ahead of rivals like Russia or China. So, while the U.S. submarine fleet may be at a disadvantage against the entire rest of the world numerically, the U.S. nuclear submarine fleet relies more on its significant technological superiority and their greater speed, stealth, endurance, mobility, and payload capacities than any rival submarine fleets are capable of. And that would be a significant hurdle for any potential invader composed of mostly diesel-electric submarines to ever overcome. So, with inferior submarines and inferior aircraft carriers, a potential invader of the United States, even if it was the rest of the world combined, would struggle immensely with projecting amphibious force to the shores of North America because of the US Navy. And that's not even to mention the already tenuous supply chains that invading nations would have to run across thousands of miles of open ocean to maintain offensive operations in North America. We've already clearly seen the utterly disastrous logistics of the Russian army's invasion of Ukraine since 2022. And that's been a ground invasion into a neighboring country with thousands of miles of directly shared borders with direct rail connections, connecting it to Russia's factories, military bases, and supply centers. Imagine Russia, China, or even the rest of the world attempting to run logistics to support their invading army's supply and ammunition needs across the vastness of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, all while being harassed by dozens of stealthy American attack submarines. And even if they somehow were able to do all of that and get through the whole US Navy, there's also the US Air Force, which is also just amazingly more powerful and capable than any other global air force, bar none. It's often said in the US military that the largest air force in the world is the US Air Force, while the second largest is the US Navy. The US Air Force's budget alone is roughly the same as for the entire armed forces of China combined. While put together, the US Air Force and the US Navy alone possess nearly as many military aircraft as the next three largest countries do all combined: Russia, China, and India. Well, after you add in all of the other military aircraft in the rest of America's service branches, the full US military controls more aircraft than the next 5 nations do combined, including South Korea and Japan, on top of India, China, and Russia. Currently, the US military possesses around 630 super advanced F-35 fighter jets, which is about equivalent to all of the military aircraft combined in the entire United Kingdom. And that's just America's F-35s. And America's military plans to purchase about another 1,800 more F-35s too, which, when completed, will make America's F-35 fleet alone the world's 4th largest air force, with more F-35s than total aircraft in the entire Indian military combined. And remember that even with all of the aircraft carriers in the world right now outside of the US Navy, the rest of the world combined could only really carry about 560 total aircraft to the shores near North America, which is fewer total aircraft than America has F-35 fighters. Not to even mention the thousands of other fighters like the F-16 and other aircraft in the US military's arsenal that would obliterate all of that in an instant. So, in order to achieve aerial supremacy over the US mainland, an invading army couldn't possibly rely on aircraft carriers to do so, and would have to rely on transporting huge numbers of aircraft to land-based bases around the US instead. But unfortunately for any invader right now, virtually all of America's neighbors have mutual defense pacts with Washington and would never allow an invader to actually base their aircraft within their territory. Canada is a member of NATO, while the Bahamas, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, Panama, and Colombia are all members of the Rio Treaty, while Mexico maintains generally very friendly relations with the US as well. The only nearby states with hostile relations to Washington are, arguably, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela right now. And none of them have the infrastructure in place to support the huge amount of air power that would be necessary to actually challenge the US Air Force and Navy for aerial supremacy. And even if every country around the United States was openly hostile to the country, it would require the transportation to North America of every single military aircraft located across Russia, China, India, South Korea, and Japan, just to simply match the numbers of American military aircraft. And they would still have a significant technological and logistical disadvantage going up against the American aircraft. Okay, so we know that an amphibious invasion of the US mainland is a practically impossible feat for anyone to accomplish. So let's imagine that, for some reason, every country around the United States has become deeply hostile to the country, and Canada, Mexico, the Bahamas, and Cuba all start allowing major outside powers from beyond North America to start piling up millions of troops and all of their supplies and equipment to prepare for an all-out ground invasion of the US from across the Canadian and Mexican borders, with aerial support coming in from the Bahamas and Cuba and other air bases located across Canada and Mexico, with another shorter amphibious invasion punching into Alaska from across the Bering Strait from the Russian Far East into Alaska just for good measure. Here's why none of that would ever still work out either. First of all, we need to discuss the idea of invading Alaska from across the Bering Strait. As it stands right now, Russia's most far east territory, the Chukotka Autonomous Okrug, could never logistically support itself as a major staging ground for an invading army into Alaska. The entire population of this territory that's bigger than Texas is only a bit more than 50,000 people, making it one of the most sparsely populated places in the world that doesn't really have a lot of infrastructure. There are very few roads in the territory, and there aren't any railways or major ports at all, meaning that transporting and concentrating a large number of ground forces and all of their supplies here for an assault across the narrow Bering Strait into Alaska would be effectively impossible. Any possible assault into Alaska would have to be organized from much, much further away from Alaska in Russia's far eastern ports of Vladivostok and Chukotka, or from Japan, which presents the same logistical challenge as invading the US mainland would. The invading forces would have to establish reliable supply lines into Alaska stretching for thousands of miles across the northern Pacific, a difficult lesson that was learned the hard way by the Imperial Japanese during the Second World War. The last time in history that sovereign American territory was invaded and occupied by a hostile foreign power was between 1942 and 1943, when the Japanese occupied the small and sparsely populated Alaskan islands of Attu and Kiska, which they struggled to reinforce with supplies and were only able to hold on to for a year before getting overrun by much better supplied American and Canadian soldiers. Okay, but what about an invasion coming from the direction of Canada? Assuming that the Canadians were deeply hostile to the US for some reason and they started allowing millions of foreign soldiers into their territory for a big ground invasion across their border directly into the northern US. Unfortunately for the attacker, this direction too would be largely impossible to invade the United States from in any meaningful capacity for multiple reasons. First of all, there are significant geographic impediments to invading the US from the north. You have all 5 of the Great Lakes to consider, stretching from Minnesota to New York, that largely block an invasion coming from this direction penetrating into the industrial and population core of the Midwest, including rivers that separate close-by access points like Detroit and Buffalo from Ontario. And then you've also got the St. Lawrence Seaway that extends the rest of the way east from Lake Ontario through the rest of North America that empties out into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. That would be another challenging feature for an invading army to successfully cross over. And if these big lakes and rivers weren't enough of a defense, you also have the northern reaches of the rugged Appalachian Mountains that extend across northern New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, that an invading army would also have to somehow punch through next just in order to break into the heavily populated Northeast corridor. Moreover, you've also got the presence of the huge Canadian Shield that extends across most of the entire country. A vast area of exposed rock and very thin topsoil, where agriculture is effectively impossible and where building infrastructure like highways or railways is extremely expensive and difficult. The largest town located anywhere on the Canadian Shield is Sudbury in Ontario, and it only has a population of 166,000 people, which means that concentrating large numbers of troops and equipment anywhere on the Shield would be effectively an impossible task to do, since the infrastructure to support one there just doesn't really exist. This leaves, hypothetically, the only geographically feasible invasion route from Canada into the United States in the far west of the country. From across the open fields of Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta down into the Great Plains across the center of the United States, or from British Columbia down into Washington state. But this option of an invasion route in the west of Canada would also struggle for so many reasons. First of all, there is very little to capture of strategic value for hundreds of miles away from the border here, with major American population centers all located very far away that would require a massive advance to actually capture. The distance from the border here to a major American city like Denver would be about the same distance as the German army had to advance from Warsaw to Moscow during the Second World War, and across even more challenging terrain. There are the hundreds of land-based ICBM silos located across here that an invading army could attempt and capture, but again, there's no way they could make it down to them in time before America would simply fire them. And then they'd have to advance for hundreds of miles across hostile terrain before reaching anything else important. And moreover, all along their advance, the invading army coming from this direction would encounter probably the strongest insurgency in the entire country, since the rates of gun ownership in the United States are high everywhere, but they are the absolute highest up here in the states of Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming, where more than 60% of the civilian population in all 3 of these states are reported to own firearms, and where the geography in western Montana, Wyoming, and all across Idaho is extremely mountainous and rugged, meaning that any invading army coming from this direction would be effectively faced with an Afghanistan-style insurgency problem. And even worse from an invader's perspective here, because of how difficult it is to settle anywhere on the Canadian Shield and build any infrastructure across it, there's only one single highway that connects the 2 population cores of Canada to the east of the Shield and to the west of the Shield, the Trans-Canada Highway. And this problem is Canada's Achilles heel when it comes to potentially supporting an invasion into the United States, because the Trans-Canada Highway converges in the city of Winnipeg in Manitoba. all the US military has to do in order to split Canada into two separate halves is to advance just far enough across their own border to seize and occupy Winnipeg, which would also leave Canada's core around Toronto, Ottawa, and Montreal incapable of logistically supporting the Western theater with any resupplies of troops, with the undeveloped Canadian Shield to the north and the US itself to the south. This single action by the US military would crush any invading army's ability to ever get supplies and logistics to an invasion force coming from this direction, while the massive US Air Force would just simply bombard the remaining length of the Trans-Canada Highway relentlessly that would eliminate any advancing columns of troops and armor rolling along it. In theory, even though the US capture of Winnipeg would eliminate the ability for the east of Canada to support the Western invasion, the invasion force could still possibly be supported by the port of Vancouver in the west in British Columbia. But that too would prove to be incredibly difficult to pull off from a geographic perspective. Vancouver is completely surrounded by the Cascade Mountains, and so the only way to get troops, supplies, and equipment from Vancouver out to the invasion front in the east would be through the small number of highways and railways that snake through the narrow mountain passes of both the Cascades and then the Rockies too, towards the open fields in Alberta. Narrow mountain passes that would be relentlessly attacked and bombarded by the US Air Force and American missiles during an emergency that would shut them down from being usable. And even just getting hostile troops and equipment into Vancouver to begin with would be a challenging task in its own right, with the major US naval forces, including their nuclear submarines, located just to the south of Vancouver, within the protected waters of the Puget Sound that would disrupt any naval forces from even trying. Okay, so a ground invasion from Canada into the northern US is probably just about impossible, no matter how much international effort is put into it. So what about a ground invasion from Mexico into the southern US? This direction is, in theory, at least a little more plausible of a direction for an invading army to take than from Canada. But it would also, of course, still be incredibly challenging for a multitude of reasons. Most of the border in the center here is blocked by imposing geographic features like the southern Rocky Mountains and the vast, inhospitable, and sparsely populated deserts like the Mojave, Sonoran, and Chihuahuan that would all be very difficult for invading armies and their supply lines to advance across. Any big invading army coming from Mexico would therefore be left with little other choice than to either invade Southern California from Mexico's Baja California state, or into southern Texas from the Mexican states of Tamaulipas, Nuevo León, or Coahuila. Unfortunately for any invader, however, both of these geographically more plausible invasion routes are heavily blocked by the two highest concentrations of American military personnel and equipment in the entire world. California has the highest concentration of U.S. troops on the planet, with 159,000 active duty soldiers based in the state as of 2022, while Texas isn't far behind with 113,000 active duty troops deployed to the state as well, which, when combined with Arizona and New Mexico, represent roughly 300,000 active duty U.S. troops stationed nearby to the southern border. San Diego, immediately across the border from Mexico in the west, is a major concentration of the U.S. military, with huge Navy and Marine Corps bases that alone is home to 115,000 active-duty American soldiers, which blocks the narrow coastal approach into the rest of California with geographic features like the Mojave Desert and the Peninsular, Transverse, and Sierra Nevada mountains all heavily blocking the approach to the east of San Diego. And the situation in Texas wouldn't be much better, because the biggest U.S. armor base in the entire world is located very near to the border here at Fort Cavazos, which alone is home to tens of thousands of American troops and hundreds of modern Abrams main battle tanks that could quickly organize a response to a ground invasion from this direction too. Moreover, the rest of the outside world combined would struggle with fielding enough tanks in North America to confront the massively lopsided advantage that the U.S. military currently possesses in armor. The U.S. military has around 61,000 tanks currently within its arsenal of war, which is more tanks than in the combined armies of the next three biggest tank forces in the world all combined: Russia, China, and Turkey. And Russia has recently lost thousands of their most advanced tanks in Ukraine since they invaded in 2022. So, all in all, the geographic defenses of the United States against an outside invasion are really unparalleled by just about any other country in the world. They have two massive oceans on either side of them to the east and the west. The Cascades, Sierra Nevada, and Rocky Mountains all in the west that dramatically impede an invasion from that direction too. In addition to the Mojave, Sonoran, and Chihuahuan deserts, and to an extent the Rio Grande River that would all impede invasions from the south. The Appalachian Mountains, the Great Lakes, the St. Lawrence Seaway, and the Canadian Shield, and its own sparse population across the Great Plains that would all heavily impede an invasion coming in from the north. And even dense swamps in Louisiana and Florida that would slow down amphibious assaults coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, which all combine to roughly protect the core population centers of the United States from every single direction in an almost 360-degree sense. In short, the logistics required to transport untold numbers of soldiers and their equipment to the core population centers of the United States is really, really difficult to actually do. While at the same time, the logistics of transporting American soldiers and their equipment within the core of the country out to the frontiers where an invasion would be coming from is really, really easy to do. The continental US is absolutely covered by nearly 50,000 miles of interstate highways that were designed, in part, for the easy and rapid facilitation of US troop movements across the country. The US has built out more roads across its country than any other country in the world ever has. And on top of the huge interstate highway system, there's also America's unrivaled freight railway system that can easily and quickly move troops and supplies around as well, which extends for around another 140,000 miles across the country's territory, and is the largest and densest network of freight railways that any country in the world has ever built. The United States, despite being a smaller country than Russia is in terms of land, has more than double the amount of railroads as Russia has, and more than 4.5 times as many roads as Russia has, enabling America's troops, supplies, and equipment to move around the country much more rapidly and easily than in Russia. And if all of that wasn't enough of an advantage during an invasion scenario, the US also possesses the biggest network of navigable internal waterways in the entire world as well, with the Mississippi Basin, Snake and Columbia, Hudson, Intercoastal Waterway, and other navigable rivers, providing commercially navigable paths out to the ocean and throughout the country's interior to dozens and dozens of American cities and all of their factories, which would become another invaluable asset for the movement of American troops and supplies all throughout the country during an invasion scenario that couldn't possibly be blown up by conventional firepower. And if all of that still wasn't enough of an advantage, the US could also implement the Defense Production Act during an invasion scenario as well, which would reconfigure civilian industrial production all across the country into military industrial production, with factories located all across the country that would be difficult for enemies to reach and destroy, but easy for the Americans to transport finished equipment from. As it currently stands, at least at the end of 2023, the US military maintained an annual budget of $916 billion per year, which is already by far the highest military budget in the world. The US alone already constitutes about 40% of worldwide military spending, and spends more on their military than the next 8 biggest spenders all do combined: China, Russia, India, Saudi Arabia, the UK, Germany, Ukraine, and France. And under an invasion scenario where the country is invoking the Defense Production Act, that budget would skyrocket even further. At the height of the Vietnam War in the late 1960s, America was spending more than 9% of its GDP on the military, nearly 3 times greater percentage-wise than it is currently. If the US upped its military budget back to Vietnam War-era levels again today, we'd be looking at an annual budget of more like $2.4 trillion a year, which is more than the entire combined economic output of major countries like Russia, Italy, or Brazil are capable of, which is just astonishingly insane. And even more advantageous, virtually all of the natural resources that the United States would need to actually defend itself with during an invasion scenario are also all located deep within the country's own interior. In terms of agricultural potential and food production, the US controls arguably the most arable land of any country in the world, and indisputably controls the largest continuous piece of farmland in the world across the Mississippi Basin. The control of all this arable land across the interior of the country is why some people argue that the United States could easily support a population of more than 1 billion people like China or India do today with even less available farmland. But since America's population is only projected to maybe climb up to around 400 million by the end of the century, this won't ever happen, and the United States will always have the potential for huge food surpluses grown on their own territory, which basically eliminates the ability for any country or even coalition of countries to ever blockade the United States and starve it out of food, even if they somehow destroyed the entire US Navy. Back in 2010, the Japanese Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries compiled a list of countries they determined by food self-sufficiency rates on a calorie supply basis. And it only ranked 3 countries in the world as being completely self-reliant on calories for their own population: France, Australia, and of course the United States, with the US producing 24% more calories within their own borders than their population actually needs to survive. America's entire population and military could continue being well-fed no matter how bad the naval situation around the country's oceans got, while invading armies would have to bring all of their own food with them. And it's not just food production that the United States would be completely self-reliant on during an invasion scenario either. All of the country's most significant oil and gas fields outside of the offshore rigs on the Gulf of Mexico are located deep within the country's interior as well. And the United States currently uses all of these fields to produce about 75% of its own total oil supply and about 90% of its own total natural gas supply, with a vast network of pipelines running all across the country's territory that can quickly move fuel to exactly where it's needed. And of the 25% of America's oil supply that's currently imported, more than half of all of it simply comes in from Canada, while another 10% comes from Mexico across similar overland trade routes that are difficult for an enemy to block. This means that in addition to 75% of America's oil supply coming from within their own borders, another 15.5% all comes from Canada and Mexico, ultimately meaning that more than 90% of the US oil supply all comes from within the North American continent, which means that a naval blockade of the United States cannot possibly disrupt the US military's fuel supply very substantially, nor the US economy's electricity supply, and nor could it disrupt America's food supply very substantially. Even if you somehow wiped out the entire country's Navy and Air Force and enemy soldiers were punching into the country's territory by land and by sea, the US could continue producing stuff out of all of its factories at virtually full capacity, and could continue running all of its vehicles without a major hit to its fuel supply, while the invaders would still be having to run unbelievably massive supply chains for their own fuel and supplies across the oceans and then through mountains and deserts on the continent. And if everything else fails, there is simply the massive and incredibly well-armed population within the United States for an invading army to be concerned about as well. The US government always maintains the Selective Service Program that operates an extensive database of all American men in the country aged 18 to 25. In the event of a huge national emergency, such as an invasion of the homeland, the Selective Service gives the country a pool of 15 million young military-aged men in the country that can be rapidly conscripted from and trained and equipped for war. With that in mind, it is generally thought that in order to overcome the inherent advantages of a defender during an invasion, the attacker should attack with at least a 3-to-1 advantage in manpower, which implies that in order to have any realistic chance at overcoming the US military's manpower potential, an attacker would have to somehow cobble together a force of at least 45 million troops to invade the United States with. And they would somehow have to keep all of those troops well supplied across the world's oceans and motivated enough to continue fighting on a foreign continent, which is just a laughable prospect altogether. And even further, in order to combat against an insurgency after a hostile area has been occupied, the general rule of thumb in military circles is to leave behind a force of at least 40 soldiers for every 1 civilian in an occupied area, which is similar to the ratio that the Americans used in occupied Germany after World War II and the NATO forces used in Kosovo after occupying it in 1999. Since the total US population is currently around 336 million people, this would imply that even if a hostile force was somehow miraculously capable of conquering the entire country, they would have to leave behind a force of at least 8.4 million soldiers all across the country just to have any hope of quelling the insurgency of America's population, which is alone more than twice as many soldiers as Germany invaded the Soviet Union with in 1941. And the insurgency that would erupt all across the United States would probably be even worse than anything else in the world ever has been, because no other civilian population in all of human history has ever been as well armed as the American population is. It's been estimated before that a whopping 46% of all the firearms in the entire world are currently owned by Americans. Around 393 million firearms, both legal and illegal, are believed to be in the possession of American civilians right now, which is millions more guns than the country's total population is. This is also why it's estimated that there's roughly 120 firearms in civilian ownership in the United States for every 100 residents, and why there are more firearms in the hands of American civilians than in the next 24 countries with the highest rates of gun ownership all combined. And there are literally millions of these American gun owners who have fantasized about this exact invasion scenario taking place every single day, who would immediately take to the hills and the mountains and become the deadliest partisans ever seen in human history. So ultimately, for many, many, many reasons, an invasion of the US mainland is just not really a feasible possibility, no matter how powerful an invading force might be. There's simply far too many obstacles standing in the way between an invading army and success. But that doesn't mean that the US cannot be hurt or have its interests disrupted in other ways. The US mainland can, obviously, still become the subject of major attacks from hostile foreign powers, if not outright invasions. And the biggest and worst attack that ever befell the US on its own territory happened recently, only 23 years ago, on September 11th, 2001. Osama bin Laden and his al-Qaeda organization, the perpetrators of the deadliest attack in American history that killed nearly 3,000 Americans, would later claim that their strategy for carrying out the attack on American soil was to goad the United States and its allies into a costly war of pursuit against them all across the world. And over the next 2 decades following the attacks, the United States would indeed wage a global war in response across 7 Muslim-majority countries from Afghanistan and Iraq to Pakistan, Somalia, Libya, Yemen, and Syria, in their so-called global war on terror that would end up costing the United States at least $6 trillion worth of treasure and more than 7,000 American soldiers' lives and blood. An unprecedented global manhunt was launched across the entire world for years that relentlessly pursued Osama bin Laden and his accomplices who were responsible for carrying out the attack, that unquestionably demonstrated America's willingness to go to the ends of the earth and pursue all available means, no matter how ethically questionable, to pursue all those responsible who had dared to attack the American homeland. The global war on terror and the manhunt for Osama bin Laden and other al-Qaeda officers would span multiple presidential administrations and last for years until bin Laden was finally tracked down to a secluded compound in Pakistan in 2011 and eliminated during a daring cross-country special forces raid. The course of events that led up to the 9/11 attacks themselves, and then to the entire manhunt for bin Laden that led up to the raid on him a decade later in 2011, and the decades-long ramifications of America's global war on terror for both the United States itself and for the entire rest of the world, is what makes it all perhaps the single most important of all 21st century conflicts to really understand, because it explains so much about why our current world looks and functions the way it does. But unfortunately, if I made a really in-depth video about how al-Qaeda planned out its own logistics for the attack, and then how the global manhunt for Osama bin Laden and the other al-Qaeda leaders responsible went, and how America pursued its global war on terror, the many disturbing, violent, and controversial details of discussing what's still a very recent and horrible conflict and tragedy would cause the whole video to become demonetized and age-restricted, which I completely understand and believe is actually appropriate. But it also ultimately means that YouTube's algorithm would never promote any of the video to you, and there's just simply no way that you'd ever see it here. And that's why instead, I created yet another full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that's about the same length as this video that covers the entire course and explanation into how al-Qaeda was able to attack the United States so successfully on September 11th without getting detected first, and then how the US intelligence community hunted for Osama bin Laden all across the ends of the earth, and eventually found him a decade later in Pakistan. And I uploaded it directly to Nebula, which, as I'm sure you've already heard by now, is home to tons of exclusive ad-free content like my entire Modern Conflict series, with more than 30 other full-length exclusive videos over there that you can go and watch right now covering dozens of recent major wars and conflicts that'll all help you stay up to date on what's going on in our world and why. From this video covering the entire history of the US al-Qaeda conflict that happened before 9/11, These ones covering the US invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq in more detail. These ones covering the international coalition's war against ISIS in Iraq and Syria. All of these ones covering the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine. And many, many more with brand new episodes releasing every single month. And even better, I also recently started another completely new monthly video series on Nebula called War Room, which will track all of the latest breaking geopolitical news developing from conflicts around the world and break them down into a single, easily digestible monthly video briefing series that'll help you stay even more up to date and informed on what's currently happening around the world and why. The latest episode in War Room, covering all of the breaking geopolitical news and developments from last month in July, is already live on Nebula for you to go and watch right now. And new episodes in War Room will be released every month, just like the monthly new episodes in Modern Conflicts have been, meaning 2 new exclusive real-life lore videos on Nebula that you won't find on YouTube going out every month going forward. And what's even more, you also get access to all of the other amazing exclusive content that's on Nebula, because the best part about this site is that it's jointly co-owned by all of its hundreds of creators, built by myself and hundreds of other independent YouTubers and podcasters. And because it's a subscription-based service, we all get to work on way bigger and higher budget productions over there than we could ever afford to do on our own on YouTube. That's why there's tons of other exclusive content that you'll find equally fascinating from all of these other creators over there that you probably also already know as well. And right now, Nebula is also selling lifetime memberships that'll last for as long as both you and Nebula exist. Lifetime memberships cost $300 and they'll last you forever. There's no tricks or gimmicks, you just pay once and you'll have access to everything that will ever exist on Nebula forever. That way, you can avoid paying a recurring monthly subscription, and the capital we're raising from lifetime subscriptions are being all reinvested into even more new content on the site to expand our even more ambitious projects of movies, plays, shows, and documentaries that are all still soon to come, and that I'm very excited about. And best of all, if you'd rather sign up for an annual or monthly plan to Nebula, that's fine too. And you can sign up for one by clicking the button that's here on your screen right now, or by following the link down below in the description, or by scanning the QR code here on your screen. Any of which will give you an insanely good 40% discount off of an annual subscription. It's the absolute best way to help support what I'm doing here on Real Life Lore. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
If you intend on winning a war, it's kind of important that you have soldiers who are actually willing to fight for you. Apparently, nobody gave Vladimir Putin that memo. Russia's president believes that he can obscure the brutality of what goes on in Ukraine with offers of massive pay packets. However, even those monetary promises no longer seem to be enough to convince Russia's soldiers to keep fighting. They want to stop, and Putin doesn't seem able to convince them that dying horribly to complete his special military operation is a good idea. Mass surrender has erupted in the Russian army as Putin's troops refuse to fight. Putin is losing control of his own men, which gives Ukraine an important advantage as the war heads into 2026. Back on December 31st, United 24 media reported on data published by Ukraine's coordination headquarters for the treatment of prisoners of war that flew a little under the radar as 2025 came to an end. That data showed that a remarkable number of Russian soldiers have been captured since Putin launched his full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and even more interestingly, 2025 has brought with it the highest number of surrenders to date. How many Russian soldiers have been captured by Ukraine? More than 10,000 and counting in a little under 4 years, which is a number so massive that it begs the question of why it's happening. We'll cover some of the answers to that question throughout the video. However, perhaps the biggest answer is that Ukraine has set up a project designed to enable Russia's soldiers to submit themselves for capture, no matter where they are on the front lines. That program is called I Want to Live, and it's one of the many examples of creativity that Ukraine has showcased ever since Putin started his expansionist war. I Want to Live makes a very attractive offer to a Russian soldier who wants to get out of the war. You can visit the I Want to Live project on its own website, where you'll immediately see that it offers multiple lines of communication that a Russian soldier could open up with the program. Among those lines is a chatbot available directly on the website, along with a link to a Telegram channel and a Contact Us page that a soldier can use to send messages to their potential Ukrainian captors. Therein lies the genius of the entire concept. Ukraine isn't only offering peaceful surrender to Russia's forces, it's also making it as easy as possible for Putin's soldiers to throw in the towel. All it takes is a quick message, and the wheels are set in motion. I Want to Live also makes plenty of promises to the surrendering soldiers, with full compliance with the Geneva Conventions on the treatment of prisoners being front and center. That treatment alone is better than what many of Russia's soldiers receive in their own military, making surrender an even more enticing proposition. The soldiers are also promised detention in decent conditions, along with 3 meals daily, medical care, and the ability to contact their families. Sensationalistic, though not necessarily untrue, reports in December have claimed that some Russian troops are so hungry that they've plotted to eat their comrades, which tells you what you need to know about the food situation for Russia's military in Ukraine. It's not good, and I Want to Live takes advantage of that fact. The program also offers the captured soldiers a voluntary route back into Russia by way of prisoner exchange programs, or if the soldier prefers, an opportunity to seek shelter in Ukraine or another European country once the war is over. In other words, some Russians are not only surrendering, but they're surrendering so hard that they escape Putin's clutches altogether. In fact, it was I Want to Live that publicized the data that United 24 Media shared in a Telegram post that highlights the growing trend towards surrender among Putin's fighting forces. The number of Russians surrendering is increasing year after year. In 2025 alone, more Russian servicemen were captured than in 2022 and 2023 combined, the Telegram statement read. On average, 60 to 90 Russian armed forces servicemen surrender weekly, reaching 350 per week in August 2024. Since June 2023, Russian soldiers have consistently been captured more often than Ukrainian servicemen in Russian captivity. This is interesting data, and there's plenty more where that came from. Some of the numbers shared by the project reveal that what were previously rumors about the state of Russia's military are actually true. We'll start with the demographic data. According to United 24 Media, the overwhelming majority of those captured, around 83%, are rank-and-file soldiers. These are typically going to be infantry and other low-ranking soldiers whose jobs will usually be to charge headfirst at Ukraine's drones while desperately hoping that they might survive. Only 13% of those captured were non-commissioned officers, with a minuscule 3% being officers. Not all of the soldiers will have volunteered to be captured, by the way. So what we're seeing here is that Russia rarely places officers in a position to get captured, instead preferring to let the cannon fodder, use an unsympathetic but not inaccurate term, put themselves in Ukraine's firing lines. It gets more interesting. A surprising number of the captured soldiers don't come from Russia. About 7% of the 10,000 captured, which amounts to around 700, have been identified as foreign mercenaries contracted from 40 different countries. Between 2 and 3 new foreign fighters are being discovered weekly, United 24 Media adds. Contract soldiers in general make up a large portion of the capture numbers. About 76% of those captured are contract soldiers, many of whom have come from Russia's prisons or private military companies. Mobilized individuals account for 19% of the captures, and conscripts, who Putin claimed would not be sent into battle when he started his war, make up about 5% of the captures. It looks like Putin was lying. If you have legs and you can hold a gun, you're good enough to die in Ukraine. In interviews with captured soldiers, Ukraine has also discovered that Russia engages in deceitful and sometimes coercive campaigns to recruit soldiers. Furthermore, many of those soldiers have criminal backgrounds or histories that would otherwise make them vulnerable to lucrative contracts that the Kremlin waves in their faces. Almost a quarter of the 10,000 captured soldiers reported that they were coerced or misled into joining Russia's military. That alone is revealing. It tells us that about 1 in 4 Russian soldiers really don't want to be where they are because they were forced to be there or lied to about where they were going. For a leader who demands unquestioning loyalty from his soldiers, Putin certainly seems to be keen on giving them as many reasons they can find to abandon his cause, starting with hiring them when they don't even want to be part of that cause. Putin also favors the criminally inclined, with 40% of those captured having criminal records for offenses that range from theft, assault, drug-related offenses to homicide. Around 38% of the captured soldiers were unemployed before they found their way into the Russian military. 30% hadn't completed high school, and only 7% held higher education degrees. We're starting to get a picture of the Russian recruitment strategy. Using coercion and lies, Putin is recruiting what could be considered among the most vulnerable in Russian society. He focuses on the poorly educated, perhaps because he believes that this segment of people is more likely to sign up for the rubles because they won't be able to earn anything like what the Russian military offers any other way. As for criminals, they have the choice of staying in jail or heading to Ukraine, and it implies a lot about Russia's correctional facilities that so many are choosing Ukraine. Then there are the sick. Ukrainian officials say hundreds of those captured also suffer from chronic health conditions, including HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, diabetes, and mental illnesses, United 24 Media reported. We mentioned earlier that these statistics confirm a lot of past rumors about reports of the Russian military. For instance, the Telegraph reported back in September 2025 that Dmytro Zhmylo of the Ukrainian Security and Cooperation Center had revealed that Russia was using 6 soldiers to assault the embattled city of Pokrovsk. Those soldiers often have the diseases mentioned in the "I want to live" provided figures, and they're even forced to wear armbands that identify them as, for want of a better word, infected soldiers that Russia can use as cannon fodder in its assaults. The infected units are equipped similarly to other Russian military units. In fact, their level of provision is identical and quite low, Milo told the Telegraph in September, adding, "The only difference from the healthy military personnel of the Russian Federation is the various markings of the infected, namely the presence of special bandages. As for the undereducated that Putin's recruiters seem to target, their inclusion in such high numbers in the capture figures is indicative of what the BBC called Russia's transformation of war into a social ladder." In January 2025, the outlet noted that financial incentives have been Russia's main recruitment tool. Recruits at the time were being offered advance payments that were 450% higher than they had been previously, along with wages up to 600% higher than the average Russian income. That's a pretty tempting carrot on the end of the Russian stick. Putin just doesn't tell those on the lower rungs of Russia's social ladder that the stick tends to lead them into the path of Ukraine's drones. Russia's leader completes the deception by positioning service in the Russian military as the chance for the soldiers to take their place among the elite of the country's society. For both the undereducated and criminal elements that make up such huge portions of Ukraine's reported captures, that's a very tempting proposition. We will certainly continue to rely on such people in the future. They are the true, genuine, and authentic elite and pride of the country, the BBC reports Putin is saying in December 2024. Is it any wonder why so many who fall into the categories we've covered earlier sign up? When your alternative is life in near or abject poverty, a Russian prison cell or a slow death due to a disease, a massive payday and the promise of being one of the elites of Russian society is huge. It's also likely a lie, as demonstrated by the fact that 1.22 million of Russia's soldiers have become casualties of Putin's war, including the 10,000 or so Ukraine reports that it's captured. You can't become elite when you have a bullet in your head or you've been blown up by a Ukrainian drone, after all. We also touched on Russia's use of foreign fighters earlier. It seems that Putin is more than happy to leave those foreign fighters, along with injured soldiers, out to dry once he's used them for his purposes. United 24 media reports that the data shared indicates that Russia tends to prioritize ethnic Russians who have only been in captivity for a short period and have no serious injuries when arranging prisoner exchanges. The wounded aren't worth the effort for Putin, as they can't be sent back to the front lines. And if that seems like a harsh assessment, United 24 media says that Ukrainian officials have reported that at least 237 prisoners of war, or POWs, who have returned to Russia have ended up dying or have been reported missing in Ukraine after being redeployed. Another 4 have been captured for a second time, suggesting a consistent pattern of Russia taking back only its healthy-ish soldiers and then sending them back out to die. As for the foreign fighters, they seem to have little chance of returning to Russia, even if they wanted to. And that offers a perfect example of what Putin really thinks about the soldiers from outside of Russia who are signing up for his war. As Australia's ABC News reported in December, Russia has been working hard to get these foreign fighters to sign up. It's using social media campaign, offering the same types of massive pay available to contract soldiers in Russia, and even dangling the prospect of Russian citizenship in front of foreign fighters. The end of 2025 has seen Russia try to close a growing manpower gap with this foreign recruitment. ABC News reports that defense tech company Open Minds says that a third of the contract announcements the Russian government now posts is aimed at foreign people. The number of those posts had hit around 4,500 per month by mid-2025, having previously hovered around the 100 mark a year and a half before. That tells us a lot about Putin's manpower situation. His own citizens are starting to wise up to what really awaits them in Ukraine, or there simply aren't enough ethnic Russians left for Putin to churn through, at least from the categories of people that Russian recruiters like to target. So foreign fighters it is. And those foreigners are in for a rude awakening once they reach Ukraine.
Like that video.
Russia's refusal to take them back in prisoner exchanges is a blessing when compared to the fates that have before.
Yeah, man, that's wild, man.
Yeah, for real. It's like they made this. I mean, they're making boogeymen up, man. It's like some fear mongering going on. If what we just covered is true, the Chinese around here with with Temu wall planes and shit.
Yeah, they're gonna have to stick to like financial warfare and like cyber warfare.
Yeah.
That all out conflict shit. That shit ain't happening.
Nah, it ain't gonna work.
All right, man. I'm finna shut it down, man.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Great.